In the heart of the mountains lies a town that should not exist anymore. Its streets are empty, its windows dark, but stories linger here like echoes that refuse to fade. Travelers vanish. Footsteps follow where no one walks. The few who return bring tales of voices, shifting buildings, and rules no one dares to break. These are not campfire legends. They are true unsolved mysteries from the abandoned mountain town. And tonight, we step inside. My name is Callum Fenn, and I was raised with the sort of education that valued introductions, so I will begin this account properly. I am 34 years old, unmarried, and until recently I worked as a surveyor's assistant. The kind of man who walked lines through rural parcels of land to measure boundaries most men would never step foot upon. I am neither a poet nor a preacher, and certainly not one of those romantic souls who dress up their adventures with invention. What follows is, to the best of my ability, the truth of what occurred when I traveled alone to an abandoned town deep in the countryside. A town whose ruined chapel has left me with questions I have not the words nor the courage to fully answer. It is not exaggeration to say that my experience there has pressed itself upon my mind in such a way that I can no longer look at shadows in the same manner as other men. I cannot sit in the dim nave of a church without recalling what I saw. I cannot even pass a simple hymn sung in the distance without shivering as if cold hands were upon me. This story, whether or not you believe it, is mine, and I would rather speak it than keep silent until it rots inside me. The town was one I had read about by accident, a century ago. It had been a stop along a narrow railway, prospering briefly before the mines ran dry and the river silted over. By the 1930s, the last families had moved away, leaving behind a husk of brick shells and timber frames. Local maps scarcely marked it anymore. Though some called it Pike's Hollow, others gave it no name at all. I had been tasked with inspecting a stretch of woodland nearby for potential sale, and the ruined town lay just outside the marked boundary. It should have been irrelevant, but I have always had a curiosity for the forgotten. When I learned that a chapel still stood there, its roof mostly intact despite decades of neglect, I told myself I might rest there overnight. Such decisions, innocent at first glance, can alter one's life entirely. I arrived near dusk, my pack heavy with canvas, rope, and provisions. The road had been a road once, but now it was a cloying tunnel of saplings and brambles, so that I half walked, half crawled my way into the clearing where the town opened. It was smaller than I had imagined. 3 or 4 brick buildings with empty sockets for windows, a few collapsed houses where chimneys jutted like gravestones, and at the far end, the chapel. Its steeple was a jagged spear of gray stone, half collapsed, yet upright enough to loom over the square. What struck me most was the silence. Not the natural hush of evening woods, but a vacancy that seemed pressed down, as though the air itself avoided the place. Even the insects, which had harried me mercilessly on the trail, kept their distance. I pitched my small tent just beyond the chapel steps, reasoning that the stone would shield me from wind. I did not at first intend to enter. My plan was simply to camp nearby, take my notes on the forest plots the next morning, and then move on. I collected deadfall for a fire and boiled water for tea. The night was unusually still, my fire smoke rising straight into the sky, as if the world itself had stopped breathing. That was when I heard it music. It was faint, carried not on any breeze, but threading directly through the walls of the chapel. It was the sound of hymns, a human chorus low and solemn, rising and falling with the cadence of worship. I froze with the tin cup in my hand. There was no electricity in this town, no congregation, no reason any voices should gather. At first I wondered if it was some echo traveling from a distant farmstead, but the tune was too clear, too confined. It came from the chapel, and though my better sense warned me against it, I felt myself rising, drawn toward the doorway. The heavy wooden doors were still in place, though warped with rot. I pressed against one, and it groaned inward. What greeted me was dimness, pierced only by the weak light of the moon, through broken stained glass. Rows of pews stretched before me, and in them, silhouettes sat upright. Dozens of them, shoulder to shoulder, perfectly still. They were not men nor women, nor any congregation of flesh and blood. They were shadows, solid in shape yet formed of nothing more than black absence. They hunched as though attending service. Their heads were bowed. Their hands, or the shapes where hands should be, rested upon knees. I do not know if it was courage or foolishness that carried me further inside, but I stepped across the threshold, my boots clicking against the stone floor. The music continued, but I realized then that the shadows themselves were the source. No lips moved, for there were none, but the sound emanated from them, rising and falling as if they had remembered the hymns of a congregation long dead. My skin prickled. Each step I took down the central, aisle echoed too loudly, like a disruption in a ritual I was not meant to witness. I forced myself to look more closely, though every nerve screamed to flee. The figures had shape but no depth. I could see the pew wood faintly through their edges, as though they were stains of darkness cut loose from the bodies that once cast them. The music was not in any language. I knew the syllables bent and elongated, reminding me of Latin, though no priest had ever taught me such words. The cadence swelled until it pressed against my ears like water. At the front of the chapel, where once a pulpit must have stood, the space was empty, save for one taller shadow that seemed to stand, arms raised. It was broader, its form sharper against the gloom. When I looked at it, the hymn faltered. A wave of silence passed from the front to the back, like a wind rushing through tall grass, until the voices ceased. The seated figures turned their heads in unison. They did not rise. They only turned, every one of them, to face me. I have never felt so small. Their featureless faces bore no eyes, no mouths, and yet I knew they were aware of me. I felt the weight of their attention, the same way a deer must feel the eyes of wolves hidden in underbrush. The taller shadow remained at the pulpit's place, arms lifted as if calling upon something higher or lower, and then, slowly, it lowered one hand to point at me. The silence deepened, impossibly. My throat closed as though hands clutched it, though no one touched me. The air grew thick, bitter, like old incense clung to charred walls. I stumbled backward, my heel catching on the edge of a pew. The shadows did not pursue. They remained seated, watching. The taller figure's hand never wavered. I do not know how I managed it, but I turned and bolted for the doorway, the hymn exploding behind me as if the very air had torn open. It surged, deafening. A choir of hundreds, though only dozens had been present. The notes scraped my skull raw, each syllable pounding with the rhythm of my heartbeat. I burst into the square gasping, nearly falling to my knees, and only when I slammed the warped door shut did the sound cut off. The silence returned so suddenly it rang in my ears. I fled to my campfire, trembling so violently that I spilled my kettle into the ashes. My breath came ragged. The moon stared down, pitiless and white. I told myself it was a hallucination, some trick of exhaustion, but I knew better. I had seen them. I had heard them. And worst of all, I knew they had seen me. The memory of every head turning, featureless yet exact, seared itself into me. I could not bring myself to tear down my tent. I did not dare approach the chapel again. Instead, I sat by the fire with my knife gripped tight, waiting for any sound. None came. Not a cricket, not an owl. Only that stillness, as if the entire forest crouched in hiding. The night stretched long, and though my body begged for rest, I would not close my eyes. Once or twice, I thought I heard the faintest hum, as if through stone walls. But perhaps it was only my imagination replaying the hymn. By dawn, the world had returned to ordinary noises, sparrows in the brush, the sigh of trees. I tried to believe I had dreamed the whole thing. Yet the memory of those seated shadows clung to me like cobwebs. When morning light touched the chapel, I forced myself to glance toward it. The doors were closed as I had left them, though one sagged more heavily on its hinge. Through a crack, I thought I glimpsed only emptiness. My heart told me that if I opened it again, the pews would be bare, nothing inside but dust. And yet another part of me, darker, whispered that the figures would still be there, seated in patient rows, waiting for me to return. I packed my gear with shaking hands. My work in the forest would have to wait. I wanted distance. I wanted roads and people and the sound of life. Still, as I left Pike's Hollow, the memory of that hymn trailed after me. Worse, I realized I had not escaped entirely. At the edge of the overgrown road, when I looked back, I thought I saw a sliver of movement in the shadow cast by the chapel's steeple. Just a flicker, as if something shifted there, watching. I turned away and did not look again. Yet the song lingered in my ears, soft, insidious, as if the shadows had planted it inside me. A seed that would not stop growing. The walk out of Pike's Hollow was harder than the way in. My legs felt leaden, my pack dug into my shoulders, and though the daylight should have offered reassurance, it seemed washed out. A pallid thing stretched thin across the world. The birdsong was shrill, almost mocking. I told myself I was free of the chapel, that the hymn was locked behind those warped doors. Yet with every step down the overgrown path, I felt as though I carried a residue with me, something unseen that clung to my skin and hair. Half a mile from the square, I paused to drink from my canteen. As I tipped it back, the sound of water echoing in my throat, I realized there was a second sound beneath it, faint, almost imperceptible, humming. Not in front of me, not behind me, but all around, threaded through the air itself. It was low, like a tuning fork vibrating in my bones. I spun, scanning the trees, but saw nothing but the narrow corridor of the old road. The humming ceased, as if mocking me for noticing. I pressed on, quicker now, heart pounding in my ears. Twice more I heard it, once when I ducked beneath a fallen branch, once when I crossed a patch of sunlight. It would flare, then fade, leaving me in silence that felt worse than noise. By the time I reached the place where the road joined the modern trail, I was drenched in sweat. I swore aloud just to hear my own voice. The nearest village lay 6 miles east. A cluster of weathered houses that huddled against the hills. I reached it just before noon, staggering into the single diner as if pursued. The smell of frying bacon and coffee hit me so hard, It nearly made me weep. A few locals glanced up from their tables, eyes narrowed in that way small towns regard strangers. I must have looked half mad, dust-streaked, my hair sticking out, my boots caked with mud. I ordered coffee and bread, forcing my hand to stop trembling long enough to raise the cup. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with sharp features softened by a wary kindness, asked if I had come from Pike's Hollow. The question startled me so badly I nearly dropped the cup. "You know it?" I asked. "Everyone around here does," she said. "Though most keep away. Nothing there for a man to find but grief." I pressed her, though I already regretted asking. "What kind of grief?" She pursed her lips. "Folks used to say the mine collapsed because of bad stone, but the truth is men went missing even before that. Preachers tried to set the chapel right, but there were whispers of things heard at night. Music when no choir stood. My mother told me her own grandmother swore she saw shadows moving in the windows after the town was empty. I don't know if I believe all that, but we don't go there. You shouldn't have either." Her words clamped tight around my chest. I wanted to dismiss them, call them superstition, but the memory of that congregation in this would not let me. I thanked her and ate in silence. Every chew of bread felt like sawdust. When I finished, I asked the name of the hymn I thought I had heard, though I knew I could never replicate it. I hummed a few faltering notes. She stiffened and shook her head. "That's not any hymn I know," she said. "And I've been in church my whole life." I left money on the table and walked out, trying not to look over my shoulder. The village was ordinary enough. Children played in yards, a dog barked from a porch. But I felt detached, as though I were watching through glass. The shadows of the buildings seemed sharper than they should have been, their edges too defined. At one point, when I passed a church with bright white siding, I heard from within a choir practicing. For a moment relief bloomed in me. Then, under their voices, I thought I caught the same warped syllables I had heard in the ruined chapel. I did not step inside to check. I rented a room at a small inn. That night, I told myself I would sleep properly. I locked the door, closed the curtains, and lay down, clutching my pillow like a lifeline. Sleep came in fits, a shallow and broken thing. And then the dream, or what I can only call a dream, began. I was back in the chapel, standing in the aisle. The pews were filled, not with shadows, but with pale men and women dressed in black. Their faces blurred as though painted with water. They sang, lips moving, the hymn stretching through the rafters. At the pulpit stood the tall figure I had seen before, though now its shape wavered between man and shadow. It raised its arms, and the congregation stilled. Then it spoke my name, not in a booming voice, but whispered, the way a parent might call a child in from the dark. "Callum." The sound tore through me. I tried to run but found myself bound in place, feet sinking into stone as if it were wet clay. The congregation turned their blurred faces toward me. Where eyes should have been, hollows opened, endless and deep. "Callum," they said together, voices folding over one another like waves. "Sit with us." I woke with a shout, drenched in sweat. The sheets tangled around my limbs. The room was dark, but not silent. From the corner, near the wardrobe, came a faint sound humming. My heart nearly stopped. I snatched the lamp and lit it with shaking hands. The corner was empty. Nothing but my coat hanging from a peg. And yet the humming persisted, faint inside the walls, as if the wood itself had learned the song. I spent the rest of the night with every light burning. When dawn came, I left the inn without breakfast. For days I tried to shake it. I walked the forest boundaries, took notes, drew maps. I forced myself into routines of measurement and line drawing, clinging to numbers like a drowning man to driftwood. And yet always, at the edge of hearing, I caught snatches of the hymn. Sometimes it was no more than a single warped, rising with the wind. Other times, entire verses seemed to unfold from the rustle of trees. Once, while kneeling to mark a boundary stake, I looked down and saw that my own shadow stretched wrong. It bent across the ground as it should, but also up the trunk of a tree, seated upon a phantom pew etched by sunlight. I stared until my eyes watered, and when I blinked, it was gone. By the end of the week, I knew I could not escape it by pretending. I had brought something with me out of that chapel. Or rather, it had followed. I returned to the diner, driven by desperation. The waitress frowned when she saw me. "You went back," she said flatly. "No," I insisted. "But it came with me." She hesitated, then leaned close. "My grandmother used to say the place held onto souls. Not like ghosts, but echoes. Pieces of people carved away and left behind. They sing to fill what's missing. If you hear them, it means they've noticed you. And if they've noticed you..." She trailed off, eyes darting to the window. "What?" I pressed. "They'll want you seated with them. That's what the pews are for." The blood drained from my face. I left without finishing my meal. That night, I considered fleeing entirely, leaving the contract, abandoning the land, heading back to the city. But fear of ridicule and the weight of responsibility kept me tethered. Besides, a deeper fear whispered that no matter how far I went, the hymn would follow. I dreamed again. This time I was outside the chapel, staring up at the broken steeple. A light glowed within, pale and unearthly. From the door came the congregation, shadow forms spilling into the square, row upon row, all facing me. They did not advance, only stood waiting. The tall figure emerged last, its arm extended, not pointing this time, but beckoning. I woke to find myself standing at the window of my rented room, curtain drawn back, night pressing against the glass. I did not remember rising from bed. On the street below, nothing moved. Only a single pool of shadow that stretched too far, cutting across the cobbles toward the inn. I stumbled back, heart hammering, and fell to my knees. In the silence that followed, a single word pulsed through my mind. Not in my voice, but theirs. Soon. I did not leave the village that morning. I should have. Any rational man would have packed his bag, found the first train, and put 100 miles between himself and Pike's Hollow. But there is something in dread that works like gravity. The harder one tries to escape it, the more it drags. I spent the day pacing my rented room, pausing only to listen for that faint humming I dreaded and expected. It came, always, no matter the hour, woven through the walls like insects hidden behind the plaster. By evening, I was nearly undone. I thought of the words the waitress had told me, how the shadows were pieces of people carved away, how they wanted others to sit with them. I had tried to push those thoughts aside, but each time I closed my eyes, I saw rows of pews filled with shapes, and the tall figure at the front, always pointing, always beckoning. When darkness came, I found myself at the edge of town without remembering the walk. My boots carried me on their own accord, crunching gravel as though the road itself had turned into a hymn, and my feet had to follow the rhythm. Ahead stretched the forest, its branches closing like an archway. I stopped only once, glancing back at the weak glow of the village lights. For a heartbeat, I thought I could still choose. Turn back, bolt into a crowd, drown myself in noise and company until the shadow song loosened. But choice is a fragile thing, and mine was already stolen. I stepped beneath the trees. The path was easier than before, as if cleared. No brambles clawed at me, no branches caught my hair. The way opened smooth and direct, guiding me into the heart of Pike's Hollow. I reached the square long after moonrise. The chapel loomed, steeple jagged against a starless sky. My fire pit was cold ashes. My tent still stood, but sagged, collapsed inward like skin over a corpse. From the chapel, the hymn rose. It was not faint now, but full, resonant. Like an organ swelling, though no instrument remained. I moved toward the door without meaning to. My body walked as if another will steered it. The warped wood swung open before I touched it, and the sight within was as I dreaded. Pews filled, every figure upright, their heads turning toward me in unison. The tall shadow at the pulpit raised its arms. The hymn stopped, cleaved in two, leaving silence so immense it roared in my skull. Then the figure spoke, not aloud, but within me. "You have heard," it said. "Now you will sit." My throat scraped dry. "I am not one of you. All are one," came the reply. "You were noticed. You are part." The congregation shifted. They did not stand, but their forms leaned as though eager, as though the very pews tilted toward me. I staggered back, but the door had shut behind me. The stone floor trembled with low vibration, a heartbeat far beneath the earth. I pressed myself against the door, praying it would give, but it held fast. The tall figure descended from the pulpit. With each step it took, the air bent, darkening. When it drew close, I saw that its form was not fixed. It flickered between silhouette and solidity, sometimes man-shaped, sometimes an absence shaped like man. It halted before me and raised one hand. "Sit," it said again. I shook my head violently, choking on air. "I will not." The figure tilted, not like a man but like a flame shifting in wind. Then it reached forward. Its hand did not touch me, yet a blackness spread across my arm where its shadow overlapped. My flesh prickled, drained of warmth. I cried out and pulled away, but the mark lingered, a stain of cold that would not fade. "Sit," the voice repeated. This time it was not one voice but hundreds layered, the whole congregation pressing the word into my skull. "No," I screamed, forcing sound out. My own voice ragged. "You will not have me." The pews quivered. The figures leaned further, their outlines rippling. Some began to rise, or tried to, though they moved stiffly, bound to the wood. The hymn returned in a torrent, louder than thunder, forcing me to my knees. My vision blurred. Black shapes swarmed at the edges of sight. The tall figure spread its arms as if to enfold me. I do not know what kept me from surrendering. Perhaps instinct, perhaps sheer terror. My hand fumbled at my belt and found the knife I had carried since the first night. Without thought, I slashed across my palm, the blade biting deep. The pain snapped me awake, and the blood that spilled onto the stone hissed as if striking fire. The hymn faltered. Shadows recoiled, twitching like startled animals. The tall figure froze. I did not understand why, but I pressed the moment. I flung my bleeding hand forward, scattering drops across the aisle. Each red stain seemed to burn, cutting holes in the darkness. The congregation writhed, their outlines shuddering. Not yet. the tall figure said, its voice strained, layered less perfectly. "You are bound." "I am not." I shouted and hurled myself against the door with all my weight. This time it groaned, then splintered open, spilling me into the square. I tumbled onto the dirt, clutching my ruined hand. Behind me, the hymn surged once more, furious now, battering against the night. But the figures did not follow. They remained within, screaming their song, the sound rattling the bones of the town. I ran. I do not remember half the flight back through the trees, only the tearing in my lungs and the cold smear on my arm where the figure had touched me. The hymn pursued, distant yet unbroken, until the forest gave way to the road. Only then did it fade, as though barred by some unseen line. At dawn, I returned to the village once more. I must have looked half dead, staggering into the diner with blood crusted on my palm. The waitress gasped and rushed to bandage me. When she asked what had happened, I told her only that the chapel was not empty. She stared at me with wide, knowing eyes but asked nothing further. That was weeks ago. I am back in the city now, far from Pike's Hollow, yet peace has not returned. The mark upon my arm has not faded. In dim light it looks ordinary, but in shadow it deepens, darkening until it seems a hollow has been cut into me. Sometimes, when I am alone, I feel myself leaning as if toward a pew. Sometimes I wake in the night to find myself sitting upright in bed, hands on my knees, head bowed. And always, always, the hymn remains. It hums in the corners of rooms, coils through the rush of water pipes, threads itself beneath the shuffle of passing crowds. I hear it when I close my eyes. I hear it in the silence between words. It does not fade. It is patient. I know what it wants. I do not know how long I can resist. My name is Lydia Marsh, and I was raised to believe in the reliability of a map. Paper or digital, compass lines or glowing dots on a screen. It did not matter. There was always a promise that if I read the symbols correctly, if I trusted the logic of orientation, I would arrive where I meant to go. That belief carried me through childhood hikes with my father, through backpacking trips in the Rockies during college, and later, through my own solo treks into places where silence pressed in so heavily that I sometimes sang aloud, just to remember I had a voice. A map was order in a world of confusion. A map could not lie. At least, that was what I thought before I came to the town that refused to let me leave. The place wasn't on most charts, not anymore. Its name had fallen out of common use decades ago, after the industries that supported it collapsed. But in my collection of old surveyor's documents, bought from a flea market in Vermont, there it was, drawn in perfect grid. Its streets laid out like veins on pale parchment, its square marked with the familiar symbol for a courthouse that likely no longer stood. Something about the faded ink pulled at me. I told myself it was historical curiosity, the urge to walk through a forgotten place. That was easier to say aloud than the truth. Sometimes I felt guided by more than my own choices, as if old paper wanted to be unfolded in the living world again. So I packed light, compass, rations, my rolled map secured by a rubber strap, and I followed the old logging road that should have ended at the edge of town. It was late afternoon when I passed under the bent iron arch that still bore the town's welcome sign, though half the letters had rusted away, leaving only "Ami," home, if you wanted to be poetic about it. The road descended into cracked asphalt streets, lined with wooden houses that leaned against one another like drunks after last call. Their windows were mostly shattered, their doors sagging on hinges, their paint peeled into dry strips that fluttered faintly in the breeze. I paused at the first intersection, spreading my map across the hood of a long, abandoned car. The paper was yellowed, the ink so thin it might have been a shadow, but the design was precisely four main streets meeting at the crossroads where I now stood. The courthouse square 2 blocks ahead. I folded the map again, tucked it back into my satchel, and started forward with the kind of cautious excitement that usually comes from being the only witness to a secret. The strange thing began almost immediately, though at first I brushed it off. 2 blocks passed, then 3. When I looked up, expecting the square to open wide before me, I saw only the same crossroads, the same abandoned gas station on one corner, and the church with the cracked steeple on the other. I stopped, frowned, and unfolded my map again. My compass needle wavered, then settled true north. By all accounts, I had not turned. I had walked straight. And yet I was back at the same intersection. I tried another route. West this time, past the boarded diner with its crooked sign, past a mailbox sagging in a post. My boots thudded on the uneven pavement. I counted my steps, whispering the numbers under my breath, until I had gone what should have been 5 blocks. When I raised my eyes, my stomach pitched. The crossroads again. The same diner, the same nail box, the same damned church shadow angling across the road. I wheeled around, half convinced I'd unknowingly spun in a circle, but behind me the street stretched empty and endless. No curve, no turn, nothing to explain the repetition. I stood there too long, I think. Long enough for the air to grow colder, though the sun was still hanging low in the west. Long enough for silence to grow sharp, as if waiting for me to notice what was wrong. I told myself it was fatigue, disorientation, the nerves of being alone in a deserted town. My hands shook as I tucked the map away again, but I forced myself to pick another street, east this time. I told myself that persistence was the cure. A maze, after all, had to have an exit. But each attempt ended the same. North, south, east, west. Diagonals where alleys cut between buildings. It did not matter. Every time my stride carried me forward, more than a block or 2. I emerged at the same crossroads, as if the streets themselves folded behind me, like fabric stitched back together. The square never appeared. The courthouse symbol on my map remained only ink. The town allowed me movement, but not progress. By the time the sun began to sink, I had made 6 or 7 attempts, maybe more. My legs ached, sweat chilled against my skin. I leaned against the rust, bitten lamppost at the crossroads, and pressed my palms to my eyes. The absurdity of it might have been funny, if not for the tightness growing in my chest. I could not ignore the truth. This was not a normal place, and the map I had trusted to lead me here had betrayed me. I considered turning back the way I came, back up the road beneath the iron arch. The thought of retracing my path filled me with desperate hope. I set my jaw, chose the street where I remembered arriving, and marched with renewed speed. I passed the diner, the row of houses with porches caving in. I counted steps to 500, then 6. My breath grew ragged. When I finally raised my eyes, my heart sank with an icy plunge. The crossroads, the gas station, the steeple, waiting for me like a patient host. I could have screamed then. Instead, I laughed, a brittle sound that startled even me in the stillness. Night was settling. I needed shelter more than I needed explanations. The church stood tall despite its broken roofline, and I chose it because its doors were still closed. I pushed one open, wood groaning, and stepped into the dust, thick gloom of its nave. The pews stretched in long rows, empty except for scraps of paper and bird nests wedged between the beams. I laid my pack on the front pew, pulled out my canteen, and forced myself to drink. Sitting there, I spread my map again on the wood. My fingers traced the lines, the neat rectangles of streets, the central square that refused to exist in the world I walked. I tried to will the paper to confess, to reveal its trick, but it remained still and blank, an artifact of another time. I told myself that in the morning, with clear eyes, I would find the way out. The human mind was fallible. Perhaps I had made some error I could not yet see. The light through the cracked windows faded into darkness. I used my small lantern sparingly, its glow carving a narrow circle around me. And in that stillness, I began to notice something I had ignored before. The crossroads outside did not only repeat in space. They hummed, faintly, like the distant vibration of a tuning fork. I had not heard it earlier over my footsteps and muttered counting. But in the silence of the church it was undeniable. A low, resonant thrum, steady and constant, emanating from outside, seeping through the walls, into my bones. I pressed my hands to the wooden pew, and for a fleeting second, I thought I felt it vibrating. I told myself to sleep, though sleep was a stranger in a place like that. I lay curled on the pew, lantern dimmed, every creak of the rafters loud in my ears. My mind replayed each walk, each futile attempt at escape, as if analyzing the pattern would reveal an answer. But there was no answer. Only the crossroads waiting for me again, and the map that no longer matched the world. My final thought before exhaustion claimed me was that perhaps I was not lost in the town at all. Perhaps the town was lost in me. When I woke, the world was a dull gray, the kind of morning that feels half-formed, as though the sun has second thoughts about rising. My body ached from the wooden pew, my neck stiff and my mouth dry. For a moment I forgot where I was. Then the faint humming outside returned to my ears, steady as ever, and memory slammed back into me. The crossroads, the endless loop, the map that no longer obeyed its own lines. I sat up, rubbed my eyes, and lit my lantern long enough to check my compass again. The needle swung lazily, then fixed north unbothered by my dread. Logic urged me to believe that if I kept walking long enough in one direction, something would change. But memory argued otherwise, cruel and sharp. I packed my satchel, slung it across my shoulder, and forced myself back through the church doors. The streets were washed in fog, a thick low mist that clung to the ground and softened the ruined buildings into silhouettes. My boots scuffed damp asphalt as I set out once again. I chose west first, striding briskly past the diner, past houses whose curtains hung in rotting strips. My breath steamed in the cold air. I counted my steps to 500, 607. Then I stopped dead. The crossroads. Same gas station, same church. My fingers tightened on the strap of my satchel until they went numb. I turned hard south, jaw clenched. 500 steps. 700. 900. The fog shifted, and there it was again. The same intersection, waiting for me like a trap sprung shut. I could not hide from it any longer. The town was not merely abandoned. It was holding me. The crossroads was its anchor, and I was caught fast. The humming had grown louder. At first it was only beneath my hearing, something you sense rather than hear. Now it throbbed through the air, a subtle vibration that brushed the edges of my skull. I pressed my palms to my temples and nearly staggered. The sound was no longer outside me, it was inside. I fled into motion before panic swallowed me. I darted down alleys, climbed over a toppled fence, stumbled into backyards overgrown with brittle weeds. No matter how I turned, every path seemed drawn by an invisible hand, back to the same four corners. My lungs burned, sweat trickled cold down my spine. Finally, I collapsed on the curb of the intersection, breathing hard, staring at the cracked white paint of the crosswalk beneath my boots. I don't know how long I sat there. Time felt stalled, as broken as the streets around me. When the first voice spoke, I thought it was memory, but it came from behind me, low and unmistakably real. "You'll tire yourself out." I froze. Slowly, I turned. On the opposite corner of the crossroads stood a figure, barely distinct through the fog. Human in outline, tall, motionless. My heart slammed so hard it hurt. I scrambled to my feet, every instinct screaming to run, though I knew where running would bring me. "Who's there?" My voice cracked against the silence. The figure didn't move. The fog curled around it, teasing its edges. I thought I saw the faint pale oval of a face, but no features, no expression. Just the suggestion of someone watching. I took a step toward it before I realized I had moved, some pull stronger than fear tugging me forward. The humming deepened, as if approving. My map rustled in my satchel like paper shifting of its own accord. That sound broke whatever spell had gripped me. I stumbled back, turned, and fled down the nearest street, teeth gritted, breath ragged. When I dared to glance over my shoulder, the figure was gone, but the impression of its stillness clung to me. By the time I reached the crossroads again, I could barely stand. I collapsed onto the curb once more, shaking. I knew then that the town wasn't simply looping me through its streets. It was watching too. The crossroads was not empty. It was occupied. The rest of the day I spent like a trapped animal, pacing the boundaries of a cage I couldn't see. Each attempt to escape ended at the same intersection. Each pause brought the hum deeper into my bones. By dusk, I was nearly delirious with exhaustion and dread. I returned to the church because it was the only building whose doors had shut behind me. The only place that felt remotely like shelter. I barred the door with a fallen beam and collapsed onto the pew where I'd slept before. That night, the hum grew into something like music. It rose and fell in patterns, almost words, almost a hymn. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it vibrated in my chest, pulsed behind my eyes, and beneath it, other sounds stirred. Footsteps across the nave, wood creaking beneath invisible weight. I held my lantern in shaking hands, casting its glow across empty pews, across dust thick as ash. Nothing moved. And yet I was not alone. I don't remember sleeping, but at some point I must have fallen into a shallow, fevered doze. I dreamed of streets folding inward like paper, creased into smaller and smaller squares, until all that remained was the crossroads, sharp and perfect. At its center was not asphalt but a black hole, humming like a mouth waiting to swallow. And the faceless figure stood beside it, hand outstretched, offering me the map I already held. When I woke, the lantern was out, and someone, or something, had placed the map across my chest. I know I had tucked it into my satchel before lying down. My satchel still lay closed at my side. The map was warm to the touch, as though it had been held tightly in unseen hands. I sat upright, clutching it. My breath came fast. The humming had quieted, softer now, as though expectant. I unfolded the map by lantern's renewed glow, and for the first time since I entered the town, It was different. Faint lines I hadn't noticed before had appeared. Circles layered over the crossroads, spiraling outward, converging again and again on the same intersection. No courthouse square, no other landmarks. Just the spiral, like a snare drawn tighter. My skin crawled. I wanted to tear the map apart, but some instinct warned me not to. It was more than paper now. It was alive with the town's design. Destroying it might destroy me as well. I had to get out, no matter how impossible it seemed. In the pale light of morning, I resolved to test the outer limits. Perhaps if I walked long enough without turning, even if I crossed the same intersection 100 times, I might eventually break free. Desperation leaves little room for logic. So I set out again, this time refusing to stop at the crossroads. I marched straight through, head down, boots steady, counting my steps. Each time the crossroads reappeared, I did not pause. I pushed through again and again, sweat dripping, legs trembling. 5 times, 10, 20. I lost count. The fog thickened, thinned, thickened again. My voice grew hoarse from whispering numbers. And still, every street led me back to the center. By the time my body gave out, I was half convinced the world outside this town no longer existed. Perhaps the iron arch I had walked under never been a gate but a mouth, and stepping through had sealed me into a world of 4 corners and one unending path. Perhaps no one would ever know I had come here. As I collapsed once more at the crossroads, the humming swelled into something like laughter. Low, endless, joyless laughter. And from the corner of my eye, I saw the faceless figure again. This time it was closer. The figure was closer than before. No longer across the intersection, but standing on the same stretch of broken pavement as me. The fog wrapped around its form, but it did not blur. It sharpened. A tall silhouette, shoulders square, head tilted slightly as though studying me. The humming rattled in my bones, and the air felt charged, like the moments before a storm breaks. My throat went dry. I couldn't make myself stand. My legs trembled uselessly against the curb. I wanted to shout at it, demand to know what it wanted, but my voice refused to rise above a whisper. "What are you?" The figure gave no answer. It simply raised one arm, a slow, deliberate motion, and pointed to the map clutched in my hands. My skin prickled. I looked down. The spiral that had appeared the night before seemed darker now. Bolder, as if ink had been freshly drawn in the night. The circles tightened toward the crossroads at the center, but in the very middle of that coil was something new. A mark. A dot so black it looked like a hole burnt through the paper. When I lifted my head, the figure was gone. The fog drifted as if nothing had stood there at all, but the humming had not faded. It swelled as if pleased. I stumbled back toward the church, desperate for walls around me. Inside, I dropped the map onto the pew and stared at it, as though staring long enough would undo its design. The spiral coiled tighter the longer I looked, almost as if the paper breathed. I pressed my hands against my eyes until bursts of color danced behind them. I wanted to rip it apart, to scatter its fragments into the streets, but fear rooted me. Some part of me believed the paper was no longer separate from me, that if I destroyed it, something essential inside me would tear too. The hours dragged. Hunger gnawed at me, though I forced down bits of dried rations. My canteen grew lighter with each sip. I thought of my father, of how he had taught me to trust maps, to orient myself by landmarks and lines. I wanted to believe he would have found a way out, but I also knew he had never walked into a place like this. By late afternoon, I could no longer stand being still. I left the church and carried the map with me, though every instinct screamed to abandon it. I told myself I would find the courthouse, square no matter what the town wanted. If the map had betrayed me, perhaps I could betray it in return. The fog hung lower that day, thick bands of white drifting between buildings. I followed what should have been Main Street, stepping around potholes filled with rainwater. My boots echoed against silence so total it pressed on my skull. Each block blurred into the next. My head spun. I staggered forward, half delirious, clutching the map. When I looked up again, I was not at the crossroads. For the first time since arriving, the town had shifted. Before me stretched a wide-open square, ringed by buildings slotched with age. At its center rose the courthouse, its windows dark hollows, its stone columns cracked but unfallen. Relief surged so hard it made me dizzy. I had done it. I had broken free of the loop. I nearly ran across the square, reckless with hope. My boots slapped against the pavement. My breath came in sharp bursts. I climbed the courthouse steps 2 at a time and shoved the heavy doors open. They groaned but gave way. Inside, the air was colder, the dust thicker. The floor was patterned tile, worn to near smoothness. Faded murals flaked from the walls. And there, directly beneath the high dome, was something that made me freeze. The spiral, carved into the tile floor itself. A perfect mirror of the one on my map. The lines coiled inward to the center of the chamber, where a circle of darkness yawned. It was not a hole in the floor, at least not one that obeyed physics. It looked like shadow given depth, as if the tiles themselves had sunk into infinite black. From it, the humming rose, louder than ever, vibrating the dome overhead. I stumbled back, clutching the map to my chest. The spiral on the paper pulsed faintly, its lines alive, synchronized with the one beneath my feet. My stomach turned as I realized the town had not let me escape the crossroads at all. It had brought me here. It had guided me into the center of its design. Something moved at the edges of the chamber. Figures emerged from doorways and alcoves, faceless like the one I had seen before. Dozens of them, each tall and still, their heads tilted in unison. They formed a ring around the spiral, silent witnesses. My heart hammered so hard I thought it would burst. The humming deepened. My map writhed in my hands, its paper bending though I did not move. The spiral on the page glowed faintly, lines of ink turning into threads of dim light. I wanted to drop it, but my fingers would not obey. My skin burned where it touched the parchment. The figures raised their arms, all at once, pointing to the spiral on the floor. My body lurched forward as though pulled by strings. My boots dragged across the tile toward the black circle at the spiral's center. I fought it, every muscle screaming in protest, but the pull was inexorable. The humming was inside me now, louder than thought, louder than breath. No, I gasped, though the word was swallowed by the sound. I won't. The edge of the circle loomed closer, so black it seemed to eat the light from my lantern. I dug my heels into the tile, but my strength was nothing. My toes hovered above the abyss. The faceless witnesses stood unmoving, arms still outstretched. Desperation gave me one last thought. If the map had led me here, perhaps the map could free me too. I forced my hands to tear at the parchment. The paper screamed as it ripped, the sound sharper than any human voice. Light bled from the torn edges. The humming faltered, cracked, shrieked. The pull on my body wavered. I tore again, ripping the spiral in two. The figures shuddered, their faceless heads whipping in unison. A sound like wind rushing through a canyon filled the courthouse. The black circle at the spiral's center quivered, its edges rippling like disturbed water. I threw the torn pieces into it. The darkness convulsed, then collapsed inward with a deafening silence. The humming stopped. The pull vanished. The figures dissolved into mist. I fell to my knees on the cracked tile, gasping, my hands raw and bleeding from the paper's bite. When I finally staggered upright, the chamber was empty. The spiral etched into the floor remained, but its center was only stone now. The fog outside had thinned. Through the courthouse doors, I saw streets that looked different, less warped, less hostile. I ran, down the courthouse steps, across the square, through the streets that no longer circled back. The iron arch appeared ahead, its rusted letters clearer now. For the first time since I entered, I passed beneath it without resistance. The road beyond stretched open, leading into forest and sky. I did not stop running until the town was a shadow behind me. It has been days since I left. My body is sore, my supplies nearly gone. But I am free. At least I want to believe I am. Yet sometimes, when the world falls quiet, I hear the faintest hum in my chest, steady and patient. When I close my eyes, I see the spiral burn behind my eyelids. And at night, I dream of the crossroads waiting for me, unchanged, eternal. I don't know if I escaped, or if the town simply allowed me to walk farther into its design. My name is Owen Vale. I am a surveyor by profession, accustomed to long days in places that most people would describe as nowhere. My work has taken me through stretches of empty woodland, across abandoned rail beds, and into towns whose main streets collapsed into silence long before I was born. It was not unusual, then, that my latest assignment led me into the mountains on the western edge of the state, a region pocked with valleys where the remnants of industry still cling like cobwebs. I had been tasked with charting a stretch of land near the ridge, where rumors persisted of an old railway. Spurred had never appeared on official records. The company funding the project wanted to know if the land was suitable for development. That was my reason for being there, though I confess I felt another sort of curiosity tugging at me, an itch I had carried since childhood. My grandfather once told me that railways were haunted places, not because of ghosts in the traditional sense, but because time itself seemed to bend where tracks once cut through the wilderness. He spoke of echoes, of loops, of destinations reached before departures. He had been a station hand in his youth, and his stories had the weight of something more than folklore. The trail into the valley was narrow and grown over, forcing me to push through brush that snagged at my jacket. I kept expecting to find nothing more than rusted rails swallowed by weeds. Instead, after several miles, I broke through a thicket and came upon a clearing where an entire station stood. It was larger than I expected. The roof sagged in places, its shingles patched by moss, and the platform boards creaked under my boots. Yet the bones of the building remained intact. A faded sign above the ticket window bore the name, Marrow's Crossing. I had never heard of it, and no map I carried gave any hint it had existed. The strangest thing of all, though, was the board. It hung just inside the waiting hall, mounted in an iron frame, the kind that used to rattle as letters clicked into place. I remember staring at it, certain it would be broken or frozen, a relic without power. But as I stood there, the quiet was broken by a mechanical whir. The letters flipped, clattering in a rhythm too precise for chance, until they aligned into neat rows. I stepped closer, squinting in the dim light filtering through dust-coated windows. What I read made no sense. The first line listed an arrival for July 19, 2134. The second, September 2, beneath that, October 6, 2451. Each row bore a destination whose names I could not place. Places like the Hollow Road, Station Greymouth, and Last Meridian. There was no record of those names in any guide I had studied. The more I stared, the colder I felt, as though the station itself exhaled a draft of air not meant for me. I told myself there must be an explanation. Perhaps an eccentric collector had restored the board, programmed it with fictional times and destinations as a kind of art. But the air smelled too stale, too untouched. Dust lay thick across the benches, and spiderwebs clung to the rafters. No human hand had been here in decades, maybe longer. I left my pack near the door and wandered down the length of the platform. The tracks stretched out in both directions, vanishing into the tree line. I crouched to examine them. They were not rusted away, as I expected, but gleamed faintly beneath a coat of dirt. When I brushed the surface, I saw the steel was polished, as though trains still ran across it. The unease in my chest grew. My rational mind offered possibilities. That perhaps a heritage line had once restored the rails, that caretakers maintained them without publicity. But then I noticed the absence of any footprints, any tire marks, any sign of visitors. The station lived in its own sealed bubble. I returned inside. The boards still clattered intermittently, as if unseen trains were scheduled to arrive and depart beyond my reach. I stood before it listening. After a while, I realized the rhythm of the flipping letters was not random. They fell in sync with my own heartbeat. When I held my breath and counted, the board paused between changes, waiting as if to match me. I backed away quickly. My pulse had quickened, and so did the clatter. The room vibrated faintly with it, echoing up through the beams. I turned to leave, but something kept me rooted. It was not courage, more like a stubborn refusal to let fear dictate my steps. I decided to explore the rest of the building. The ticket booth remained intact, glass smudged but unbroken. Behind the counter, I found stacks of yellowed paper schedules, each one meticulously printed. The dates on them stretched forward centuries, just like the board. I flipped through until one page caught my attention. It listed an express train arriving at Marrow's Crossing on the very date of my visit. The arrival time was set for 9:45 that evening. I checked my watch. It was 8:10. A rational man would have left. But I have never been rational when confronted with mystery. Instead, I carried my pack to the platform and set up my lantern. If some eccentric train was truly coming through, I would see it. If nothing came, I would prove to myself that the schedule was a hoax, an elaborate coincidence. Either way, I would have my answer. The forest pressed close around the clearing, darkening as night crept in. The wind rose, carrying scents of pine and damp stone. I lit my lantern and placed it by my side, its glow stretching across the planks. Every few minutes, the schedule board inside rattled again, announcing new arrivals that leapt further and further into impossible centuries. At 90:30, the platform shuddered. I thought at first it was my imagination, the echo of my anticipation. But the tremor deepened, rattling the lantern's glass. I leaned forward, straining my ears. A sound rose from the distance, the low, rolling thunder of wheels on rails. The sound grew louder, though no lights pierced the forest. My skin prickled and my mouth dried. I gripped the edge of the bench, telling myself it could not be real. And yet the air thickened with vibration, pressing against my chest. By 9:44, the sound was deafening. I rose to my feet. The rails before me gleamed as if alive, light coursing faintly beneath them, pulsing with the rhythm of something vast and unstoppable. At precisely 19:45, the headlamps burst from the tree line, two white orbs blazing through the dark. I staggered back, shielding my eyes. The train roared into the station, impossibly massive, its metal hide gleaming like polished obsidian. But there was no smoke, no steam, no familiar engine. The cars stretched into infinity, each window glowing faintly, shapes shifting within. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw faces pressed to the glass, eyes watching me. The train slowed with a screech that seemed to claw through bone. It stopped before me, doors sliding open with a hiss. Inside, the corridor glowed pale and cold, lined with seats that seemed too large for human passengers. A smell drifted out, ozone and old earth. No conductor stepped forward. No announcement rang out. But I heard it nonetheless, a voice not in my ears but in my chest. This stop is Merrow's Crossing. Boarding now. I stood frozen, lantern trembling in my hand. That was the moment I realized my grandfather had never been telling me ghost stories. He had been warning me, and I had ignored him. I did not step forward. My legs would not allow it, yet the invitation hung in the air, pressing down with the same weight as the vibration of the rails beneath my boots. The doors yawned open, spilling that pale, unnatural light across the platform. The shadows it cast did not behave like shadows should. They bent the wrong way, lengthening toward the glow instead of away from it. I gripped my lantern tighter, though its little flame seemed pathetic compared to the brilliance spilling from the train. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to abandon my pack and flee into the woods. But fear had a curious effect. It pinned me. My body locked in place as though my bones themselves had been riveted to the platform. The board inside the station rattled again. The clatter rolled like distant thunder, the letters flipping over and over until they settled on a new line, boarding complete. Departure now. That phrase shook me loose. I stumbled back, half expecting the train to lurch forward and drag me beneath its wheels. Instead, the doors slid shut, soundless, final. For a heartbeat, silence reigned. Then the engine roared, not the sound of combustion or steam, but something deeper, a low frequency that seemed to stir the marrow in my bones. The train moved. Slowly at first, then with gathering speed. It glided out of the station. The windows blurred past me, shape still shifting inside, and I could swear I saw faces turned toward me as it vanished into the tree line. The light receded, the vibrations ebbed, and I was left on the platform, breath ragged in my chest. Only then did I realize I had been sweating in the cold night air. My shirt clung to my back. My knees trembled, threatening to give. The rational part of me, what little of it remained, tried to explain. Maybe it was an elaborate trick. Maybe the land developers had staged some kind of theatrical experience to scare trespassers away. But what company could afford a train like that? What corporation could fabricate faces in windows? A voice inside my chest, or the uncanny sensation of being measured and found wanting? I gathered my pack with shaking hands. My watch read Tunhoder 2. I had survived whatever test the station had offered, though I could not say how. Still, something gnawed at me. The paper schedule I'd found listed another arrival. Not for tonight. At least, not exactly. But for tomorrow. I unfolded it again beneath the lantern glow. The page bore a neat line: arrival, July 14th, 12:15 a.m. That was less than 2 hours away. Against reason, against every survival instinct, I decided to remain. I could not shake the certainty that leaving would change nothing, that the station had already claimed me. Better to know what it wanted. I settled on a bench in the waiting hall, the dust rising in little clouds as I shifted. The board clattered at odd intervals, announcing times and places I could not comprehend. Each flip of its letters seemed louder than the last, a mechanical heartbeat echoing through the walls. As midnight drew near, fatigue clawed at me. My eyelids sagged. Though fear kept me from slipping fully into sleep, the lantern flame wavered. That was when I heard footsteps. They came from the far end of the hall, measured and deliberate, the tread of boots on wood. I sat upright, lantern raised. Who's there? My voice cracked in the stillness. No answer. The footsteps continued, drawing closer. I rose and turned toward the sound. The glow of my lantern revealed nothing, only peeling paint and empty benches. But the rhythm of those steps remained, echoing as though the hall were twice its size. I backed toward the door, intending to step outside onto the platform. That was when I saw movement in the corner of my eye. A figure stood near the ticket booth. For an instant, I thought it was a trick of the lantern, a shadow thrown strange. Then it shifted. The man wore a station master's coat, though time had rotted it into tatters. His face was pale. Too pale, like paper left in the sun. His eyes were dark hollows, yet they regarded me with unmistakable intent. His lips moved, though no sound emerged. I wanted to run, but my legs betrayed me again. My lantern trembled in my hand, and the flame guttered low. The man raised one skeletal arm and pointed toward the platform. His meaning was clear. I was expected outside. I obeyed. The night air slapped me, cold and damp. The platform stretched empty, rails gleaming faintly in the lantern light. For a moment, I thought perhaps I had escaped the figure's hold. Then I heard the whistle. It was not the shrill cry of a modern train, but a long, mournful wail that seemed to rise from the earth itself. The ground trembled. The forest whispered with motion, branches shivering though no wind stirred. At exactly 12:15, the rails ignited with light again. Headlamps cut through the trees. The second train arrived. This one was different. Its cars were older, paint peeling, its frame dented and scarred. The windows glowed with a sickly yellow instead of cold white. But what chilled me most were the passengers. They pressed their faces to the glass. Dozens of them, all staring outward with eyes wide and unblinking. Their mouths moved in unison, though no sound reached me. The train screeched to a halt, sparks spitting from its wheels. The doors clattered open, hinges rusted but strong. A single figure stepped onto the platform. She was young, perhaps no older than 20. Her dress torn and stained as though she had walked 100 miles through mud. Her hair clung in damp strands around her face. She raised her head, eyes locking on mine. "Owen," she said. My name, clear as if she had known me her whole life. I staggered back. "How do you know me?" She smiled faintly, though it did not reach her eyes. "We've been waiting." Her voice was soft, but it carried with unnatural weight, as though the whole station spoke through her. The passengers behind her mouthed the same words. "We've been waiting." I shook my head. "For what? For me?" Her smile widened. "For the one who finds the crossing. For the one who stands where time bends. It's always been you." The train groaned, metal straining, as though impatient. The girl extended a hand. "You don't have to be afraid. Just step aboard. Once you do, you'll see. You'll see everything." My skin crawled. Yet part of me wanted to reach for her hand. Curiosity, dread, inevitability. They tangled until I could not tell one from the other. The board inside the hall clattered again, letters flipping wildly until a message formed. Owen Vale, passenger. The girl's hand trembled in the lantern glow. Behind her, the faces at the windows pressed closer, mouths still shaping words I could not hear. I stood frozen, my breath a cloud in the night air. And in that stillness, I realized the worst part. No matter what choice I made, I had already been written into the schedule. The girl's hand hovered between us, suspended in the lantern glow like an anchor waiting to drag me under. Behind her, the yellow, lit train groaned and shifted, its windows bending slightly, as though the glass itself strained to lean closer. The faces pressed to the panes moved their mouths in the same rhythm, forming words I could not hear, but I knew their meaning. I took one step back. The girl followed with one step forward, her bare feet making no sound on the platform boards. Her eyes never left mine. "You can resist," she said softly, "but the schedule does not lie." None of us thought it did. Not at first. Something cracked in her tone. Something human, fragile. It startled me more than the emptiness of her eyes. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice scraping from a throat gone dry. Her expression shifted, grief ghosting across her face before smoothing into a mask. "It doesn't matter. All paths lead here. All arrivals have a place." The board inside the waiting hall clattered violently, shaking the walls until dust rained from the rafters. The words it displayed were not destinations or times now, but sentences buo ardain graku irid. Pesingar owan vail. I thought of my grandfather again, of his warnings. Time bends where the rails cut through the wilderness. He had not been speaking of folklore. He had been speaking of inevitability. I had not believed him. And now the rails themselves had written me into their machinery. The girl reached closer. Her hand was inches from mine. I made a choice then, not to take it, but to turn and run. My legs finally remembered their purpose. I spun toward the tree line, lantern clutched tight, and hurled myself into the dark. The forest swallowed me whole. Branches whipped my face, roots threatened to trip me. Behind me, the whistle screamed, a sound so vast it seemed to tear the sky in half. The ground shook as the train rumbled. Not along the tracks, but through the trees themselves, its weight bending the earth. I ran until my lungs burned, until bile clawed at my throat. When at last I collapsed against a tree trunk, I dared to look back. The platform was gone. The station had vanished into blackness. Only the distant glimmer of rails remained, fading like the afterimage of lightning. For a moment, I thought I had escaped. But then the sound began again, soft at first like the distant turning of a wheel. A faint clatter, rhythmic and inevitable. I turned toward it. Through the branches, I saw a faint light, the glow of the board. The station was no longer behind me. It was ahead. I staggered forward, refusing to believe, but the truth closed in with each step. No matter which direction I took, no matter how blindly I ran, I returned to the same clearing. Marrow's crossing waited for me. The girl still stood on the platform, hand outstretched. The train had not departed. The board clattered one last time, letters snapping into place. Final KL. Exhaustion broke something inside me. I dropped to my knees, staring. at the impossible loop I had been trapped in. My watch ticked steadily toward 1 o'clock, yet the schedule did not shift. Time here was not mine to measure. The girl knelt before me. Up close, I could see the dirt beneath her fingernails, the torn hem of her dress, the faint tremor in her lips. She was not entirely otherworldly. She was someone who had once stood where I stood now. I fought it too, she whispered. For days, weeks, I thought I could outlast it. But the station always finds you. Her hand hovered near my shoulder. Don't make it hurt. Just bored. What happens if I do? I asked. She hesitated. Her eyes shifted toward the train. You leave, she said finally. But the way she said, it made the words sound like both promise and threat. The passengers pressed harder to the windows, their faces blurred with urgency. Their mouths opened wider, forming shapes that grew monstrous the longer I stared. The glass rattled with the force of their silent chant. I clutched the lantern tighter, though its flame sputtered as if choking in the presence of the train. I won't, I whispered, more to myself than to her. I won't get on. The girl's face twisted, not with anger, but sorrow. Then it will come for you another way. The whistle split the air. The platform lurched beneath me, boards splintering as though something immense pressed upward from below. The rails glowed white, hot, searing the night. I staggered back, but the girl did not move. She rose, turned, and stepped into the train. The doors slammed shut. The engine howled, the sound shredding through my skull. The train surged forward, yet it did not follow the rails. It barreled into the forest, carving through trees like they were mist, splitting the world as it went. And in its wake, reality folded. The clearing rippled. The platform cracked apart, boards twisting into patterns that looked like letters, like words half-formed. My name repeated in the grain of the wood. O1 VAIL, OOVAL. I screamed, though I could not hear my own voice over the roar. Then, silence. The forest was whole again, the platform steady beneath my feet. The train gone. But the boards still clattered inside the hall. I turned slowly, dread gnawing at my stomach. New letters had arranged themselves into a final message, NXTRRVLJUL 19-2134. The very date I had first seen, when I entered this place. Centuries away. I sank onto the bench, mind fracturing beneath the weight of it. If I had not boarded, then perhaps I was not meant to yet. Perhaps the schedule had only listed my arrival, not my departure. That thought chilled me more than anything else. Because if my name was printed on the board, it meant that no matter how long I resisted, no matter how far I ran, someday I would return here. Maybe in a week, maybe in 100 years. And the train would still be waiting. I closed my eyes, listening, as the board clattered once more. Its sound no longer mechanical but organic, like the steady beat of a heart. My heart, the station's, both the same. That was when I understood my grandfather's last words before he died, words I had dismissed as senility. He had whispered, I never should have boarded. I had thought he was speaking nonsense, but now I knew. He had been speaking of Marrow's Crossing. He had been speaking of the train. And though I had not stepped onto it tonight, I realized with sick certainty that the station had already taken me. I was part of the schedule. My place in its order was written. No one escapes. Not my grandfather. Not the girl me. The only difference was time. My name is Tessa Black. I was raised in the Midwest, far from any mountains or oceans, and though my life has been steady in many respects, I have always carried a restless streak that drove me into travel, hiking, and camping in places most people avoided. I studied history in college, which meant my interests often merged with old buildings, forgotten towns, and abandoned landmarks. So when my friends suggested we spend a long weekend camping in a place that had once been an inn, derelict for decades, sitting at the edge of an overgrown road deep in the woods, I agreed without hesitation. My choice was not only casual curiosity, it was also fueled by something darker, a thrill I did not care to name at the time. That was the decision that led me to write these words, for I cannot shake what followed. There were 5 of us in the group. I will name them because their names matter, and perhaps because writing them down is my way of keeping them from fading away. There was Riley, tall and sharp-eyed, always the planner; Dana, whose laugh carried too easily and often softened tense moments; Marcus, quiet but steady, the one who carried the heaviest pack without complaint; and Jules, who was unpredictable, prone to nervous jokes that barely masked his unease. Then there was me. We had camped together before, though usually in forests or by rivers, never inside an actual structure, and certainly not inside a place that had once held so many guests, memories, and secrets. The inn itself stood 3 stories tall, though the top floor sagged visibly in the middle, its windows dark and empty. Vines clawed up the walls. The sign above the porch was still faintly legible, the letters spelling out Ashwood Inn. The name carried a kind of foreboding, though I did not say so aloud. The porch creaked under our boots as we crossed it, testing whether the wood would hold. Dana laughed when one plank bent, a little too much beneath her step, but her laugh trailed off quickly in the silence that followed. The place was set apart from the nearest road, about half an hour's walk through dense woods. There was no cell service here, no signal of any kind. It was a cut-off space, wrapped in trees that seemed older than anything around them. Inside, the inn smelled of damp rot and wood long surrendered to dust. The wallpaper had peeled back in curling strips, revealing lath and faded plaster beneath. A large chandelier still hung above the lobby, though its crystals were coated in grime. Behind the main counter lay a book, its cover warped with water damage but still intact. A ledger. I remember pausing there, brushing away the dust, and seeing faint handwriting across the open page. Names written in slanted ink, dated from the 1940s through the 1960s. The last entries ended abruptly, as though someone had stopped mid-season. I ran my fingers across it before Riley called me away to help set up camp. We chose the large dining hall to pitch our tents, thinking it safer than sleeping in individual rooms, upstairs where the floorboards looked treacherous. It felt odd, erecting nylon tents inside a room where guests had once sat for meals. Our fire pit was outside on the cracked patio, where the wind could carry the smoke. By sundown, we had roasted food and passed around a flask Riley had brought. For a little while, it felt like any other camping trip, laughter echoing against broken windows, our voices louder than the silence pressing in from the woods. But as night deepened, the building shifted around us. Wood cracked and moaned as though remembering its weight. Somewhere above us, a door banged shut, though no one had gone upstairs. Dana insisted it was just the wind. Jules muttered that the air had gone still. We argued lightly over it, trying to joke, but unease crept in anyway. When we returned inside, the ledger still lay open on the counter. Only this time, the page had changed. Beneath the last faded entries, there were new names. The first one was mine, written neatly. Tessa Black, in dark, fresh ink that gleamed wetter to the beam of Riley's flashlight. We froze. The next line below carried Riley's name. Then Dana's. Marcus. Jules. All 5 of us listed in perfect order, though none of us had touched the pen that lay on the counter, capped and dry as though unused for decades. I remember how we all looked at one another, searching for an explanation. Marcus said it was a prank. One of us had done it earlier when the others weren't watching. But his voice shook. I could see the fear in him because he was the kind who never shook at anything. Riley snapped the book shut, muttering that it was a trick, that the old ink must have bled through and formed words we only imagined. Yet the page had been blank before. I know it. I had seen it. We retreated to the dining hall, with the weight of silence pressing heavily between us. The fire outside had dwindled, leaving only the glow of embers. We zipped our tents shut, each of us pretending sleep would come. It didn't. I lay awake listening to the shifting of the building, the faint scuff of movement in the halls outside, like shoes dragging across wood. At one point, I heard whispering. Low voices that carried no words, only cadence, as though many people spoke at once just beyond the doors. Around midnight, Jules unzipped his tent and hissed my name. His eyes were wide, reflecting the dim light of his lantern. He whispered that he had heard scratching near the counter where the ledger lay. I wanted to tell him to go back to sleep. That fear was playing tricks on him, but I couldn't. Because I had heard it too, a faint dragging, a pen moving slowly across paper. We argued in whispers about whether to check. Riley said it was nonsense, but he still grabbed his flashlight. We crept together into the lobby, our breath clouding faintly in the chill. The ledger was open again, though none of us had touched it. And there, below our names, a new word had been added. Checked in. Each name carried a small note beside it, the same ink, the same elegant hand. Dana swore and backed away. Jules muttered prayers under his breath. Riley shone the beam around the room, insisting someone else must be inside with us, maybe squatters who had lived here long before we came. But the place was empty, our footsteps echoing too loudly against the ruined walls. We searched every corner of the lower floor, even climbed halfway up the stairs before retreating when they groaned under our weight. No one, only us. That night we did not sleep. By dawn, we were brittle with fatigue, nerves frayed. Riley suggested we leave immediately, but Marcus pushed back, saying it would look foolish to hike out after one strange night. We had planned for 3 days, he argued, and maybe the ledger was just an elaborate setup by someone who wanted to scare trespassers. Yet even he did not fully believe it. His hands shook as he rolled up his sleeping bag. The morning light softened the inn, made it seem less threatening. Dust floated golden in the beams through broken windows. We told ourselves we could last the day, that maybe we had all been overtired. We hiked out briefly to gather firewood and water, and for a few hours, the air was almost normal again. We played cards, ate lunch on the porch, pretended we were explorers rather than intruders. But the ledger did not leave us. Each time someone walked past the counter, the book seemed a little more open, a little more expectant. By evening, curiosity, or dread, drew us back. Another page had filled. This time, under, checked in, there was a new column J, duration of stay. Next to Riley's name was written, 3 nights. Next to Dana's, 3 nights. Marcus, Jules, me. All marked of the same span, though none of us had written it. The ink gleamed as though freshly pressed. That was the moment fear took hold of us completely. Because the book did not feel like a trick anymore. It felt like a contract. We argued as the sun fell, our voices low but edged with panic. Riley wanted to leave that instant, though dusk was already swallowing the woods outside. Dana insisted we'd get lost if we tried to hike out at night, her voice cracking in a way I'd never heard from her before. Marcus paced back and forth, rubbing his jaw, muttering that the ledger couldn't dictate anything, that it was just a book, paper and ink, powerless unless we let it get into our heads. Jules laughed, brittle and thin, a sound like glass about to break. I stood at the counter, staring down at the names, my own written in that flowing, careful hand. Tessa Black, 3 nights, not 1, not 2, 3. I couldn't shake the sense that the book wasn't recording us after the fact, but arranging us, deciding for us, writing what would happen rather than what had happened. The thought pressed ice into my stomach. We agreed, reluctantly, to stay until morning. Riley was furious, but he admitted stumbling through woods at night without light or signal could kill us faster than any superstition. First thing tomorrow, he kept repeating. We're out. No matter what. But the way he said, it sounded less like conviction and more like prayer. The second night inside the Ashwood Inn was worse. We set our tents again in the dining hall, lanterns glowing faintly against the peeling walls. None of us lit a fire outside. The woods had grown too quiet. The kind of silence that feels inhabited, as though something is listening. We huddled inside instead, a circle of shadows around our lantern. Dana dealt cards, but no one cared for the game. Jules told stories, but his words fell flat. My thoughts kept drifting to the ledger. I felt its presence in the building like a heartbeat. Around midnight, the scratching began again. Slow, deliberate strokes of pen on paper. None of us wanted to go check. We lay in our tents, listening, knowing what we would find. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sound still reached me, vibrating through the floorboards, whispering across the walls. When I finally drifted into a shallow, fractured sleep, I dreamed of corridors too long to walk, doors opening to empty rooms, each room containing only a bed with a ledger lying across it. In every dream, my name grew larger, swallowing the page. Morning came harsh and gray. We packed quickly, skipping breakfast, each of us desperate to be gone. But when Riley pulled open the front doors, the woods outside were not the same. I swear to you, the path had shifted. The trail we had taken in, clear and marked, was gone. Trees crowded closer, bark twisted in strange patterns. Even the air felt different, thicker, like walking into water. We pushed forward anyway, shouldering our packs, following compass bearings. But within half an hour, we stood again before the inn's porch, as if we had walked in a circle we couldn't see. Dana sobbed openly. Riley cursed and threw a branch into the brush. Marcus sank onto the steps, covering his face with his hands. Jules whispered, "It won't let us leave." None of us corrected him. We couldn't. We tried again. Different directions. Again the same. No matter where we went, we ended up back at the Ashwood Inn, its broken windows watching us like blind eyes. By afternoon, exhaustion won. We sat on the porch, staring at the tree line, too drained even to speak. That was when I heard the sound. Faint, deliberate, behind us. I turned. The ledger lay open on the counter again, though we had left it closed. This time, Under the duration of stay, a new column had appeared. Departure. Riley's name. Sunday, 1200 a.m. Dana. Sunday, 1200 a.m. Marcus. Sunday, 1200 a.m. Jew. Sunday, 1200 a.m. Tessa Black. Sunday, 1200 a.m. The time was identical for all of us. A single moment marked for departure. But I couldn't help reading it another way. Not departure as in leaving. Departure as in leaving. When I told the others, Dana refused to look. She shook her head, clamping her hands over her ears, repeating, "No, no, no." Riley stormed to the ledger and slammed it shut, then hurled it against the wall. The sound echoed like a gunshot. The book landed face down on the floor. For a breath, I thought maybe it was over. That destroying it, even slightly, might break its hold. But when Marcus picked it up, the pages fell open on their own. The writing had grown darker, ink bleeding into the paper as though alive. The names were still there, unshaken. The times unaltered. We barricaded the counter after that, pushing broken chairs and a table against it, as if keeping the ledger out of sight would keep it from acting. We retreated again to the dining hall, huddling close. None of us admitted it aloud, but we all knew we were prisoners. The forest bent around us. The building itself seemed to breathe with us. Whatever wrote in that ledger wasn't finished. That night, sleep was impossible. Around 1 a.m, I heard footsteps in the hall. Not the scuff of rats or raccoons. Heavy, deliberate steps, pacing slowly up and down. I unzipped my tent just enough to peer out. Lantern light flickered across the dining hall, throwing our shadows long. The door to the lobby creaked open on its own. None of my friends moved. I realized with dread that they were all awake too, each pretending to sleep, each listening. The steps came closer, and then, faintly, a voice. Not one voice, several. A murmur. Like guests speaking in the lobby, greeting one another, checking in. I swear I heard my name spoken among them. Tessa Black. As clear as if someone had called from across the room. My blood turned cold. I pulled the sleeping bag over my head like a child, shaking, waiting for the voice to fade. It never did. It went on until dawn. When we finally unzipped our tents, the barricade against the counter had been moved aside. The ledger sat neatly on the wood again, open. This time, a final column had appeared. Room assignment. Next to Riley's name, room 201. Dana, room 203. Marcus, room 217. Julius, room 209. Tessa Black, room 213. The numbers were written in that same careful hand. But the worst part, the pages seemed damp, as if the ink had been pressed freshly while we slept. Riley tried to burn it. He grabbed the book, stormed outside, and shoved it into the fire pit with a lighter. For a moment, flames caught. We leaned forward, desperate, praying. But then the fire sputtered out, smoke rising but no ash left behind. The book lay there unharmed. Even the cover was unscorched. When Riley picked it back up, it flipped open on its own again, and the words glowed faintly as though lit from beneath. By then, fear had hollowed us. Dana clung to Marcus, shaking. Jules muttered that we had to leave the building, that sleeping outside might break the spell. So we carried our gear to the edge of the patio, setting up in the weeds beneath the sky. But even out there, I could feel the pull of the ledger, as if the building exhaled across the trees, reaching for us. We sat in a tight circle as night came, clutching flashlights like weapons. Every sound in the woods set us on edge. Around midnight, Dana screamed. She pointed toward the inn. In the upstairs windows, dark and broken, lights had flickered to life. dim, golden, like lanterns behind the glass, and shadows moved past them. Figures walking calmly down halls that should not have been lit. The inn had guests again. We watched, frozen as shapes passed one window, then another, their outlines human but somehow wrong. Too tall, too thin, moving without sound. And then, one by one, each window lit up. Room 201, Room 203, Room 217, Room 209, Room 13. No one spoke, we just sat there, breath caught in our throats, watching our names rise in lights across the facade of the inn. I thought about the ledger, about how it had already chosen our rooms. The inn was preparing for us. By 3 a.m, the lights faded again, one by one, until the inn returned to ruin. But the image remained burned into me, bright and unforgettable. I knew then we were not visitors. We were reservations, claimed long ago. When dawn came, we tried once more to flee. We ran deeper into the woods, refusing to look back, shoving through branches until our arms bled. Hours later, panting, gasping, we stumbled into a clearing. For one fragile moment, hope rose. The trees had broken. Maybe we'd finally escaped. But in the clearing stood the Ashwood Inn, silent and waiting, its facade exactly as before. Only now the porch looked cleaner, the sign less faded. As if, with each attempt to flee, the place was repairing itself. That night would be the third, the final night the ledger had promised. The third night began long before the sun set. I felt it in the air, heavy as storm clouds, though the sky above was perfectly clear. Every breath carried weight, as though the woods themselves leaned closer to listen. My friends and I sat in silence outside the Ashwood Inn, packed still at our feet, though we knew now they meant nothing. No trail could take us out. No fire could erase what had written us down. The ledger had promised 3 nights, and 3 nights we had been given. The inn was keeping its schedule. That realization hollowed me in a way that no nightmare had ever touched. Schedules are routine, impersonal, inevitable. And here we were, names on a page, boxed into time like appointments. Riley tried to rally us. His face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, but he forced words through his teeth. We stay together. We stay awake. Midnight comes, we'll face it head on. No running. No splitting up. That's how we survive. His voice cracked on the word survive. None of us corrected him. Dana clutched Marcus's arm. Her lips trembled, but she didn't cry anymore. Tears had worn themselves out of her. Jules muttered nonsense, rocking slightly, eyes darting back to the inn again and again. I sat still, listening to the creaks inside the building. The inn was restless, waiting. As dusk deepened, the windows lit again. Not all at once, but slowly, methodically, until 5 rooms glowed faintly against the crumbling facade. 203, 207, 209, 213. They pulsed faintly as though lanterns swung within, or candles guttered in a draft. I knew without question those lights marked where we were expected. Our rooms, ready for us. At 10 o'clock. We still sat in the weeds by the patio. By 11, the air grew colder, and the forest faded into silence deeper than before. No owls, no wind. Not even the chirp of insects. Only the faint scratching from inside the inn, steady as breathing. The ledger writing. Recording. At 11:30, Marcus snapped. He rose suddenly, pack slung over his shoulder, eyes wild. "I'm not waiting for it," he hissed. "I'll sleep in the woods. I'll climb a tree, I don't care. I'm not going back inside." Dana begged him not to go. Riley stood, blocking him. But Marcus shoved him hard and ran into the trees. His flashlight beam cut erratic paths between the trunks before vanishing into the dark. We shouted his name, but the woods swallowed it. The silence after was unbearable. Dana crumpled against the ground, her body shaking. Riley cursed under his breath, gripping his flashlight so tightly his knuckles went white. Jules only stared at the inn, whispering Marcus's name like it might echo back. And then, from upstairs, room 217 lit brighter than the others. A shadow moved across the curtainless window. For an instant I swore I saw Marcus's outline. Tall, broad-shouldered, standing still as a statue. My throat closed. Dana saw it too. Her scream tore into the silence like glass shattering. Riley pulled her back, shouting that it wasn't real, but I knew. The inn had taken him. His departure had come early. We stayed frozen until midnight neared. My watch ticked toward 12, each second loud against my wrist. At 11:57, the lobby door creaked open. No wind moved it. It simply opened, slow, deliberate, until it stood wide, welcoming. A faint golden glow spilled out, and with it the sound of voices, warm, polite, murmuring like a hotel reception at check-in. Riley stepped forward first. His hands shook, but his jaw was set. "It's calling us," he said hoarsely. "If we stay out here, it'll come for us anyway. At least inside we face it." Dana begged not to go. Jules muttered that we had no choice. I couldn't answer. My body moved with them, legs carrying me to the porch, though my mind screamed against it. The air grew warmer as we crossed the threshold, as though the inn were breathing us in. Inside, the lobby was transformed. The dust was gone, the chandelier blazed with light, and the wallpaper shone as if freshly hung. The counter gleamed, polished wood, the ledger open neatly at the center. Behind it stood a man, or what looked like a man. Tall, in a crisp suit decades out of fashion, skin pale and smooth, eyes too dark to hold light. He smiled, but it didn't reach those eyes. "Welcome," he said in a voice soft as silk. "We've been expecting you." Dana whimpered, clinging to Riley's arm. The man, or clerk, as my mind insisted on naming him, gestured to the ledger. "Your rooms are ready." He slid the book toward us. The ink glistened on the page, our names perfect in their places, our room numbers marked beside them. Riley stepped forward, defiance taut in his stance. "We're leaving at dawn," he said. "We're not staying." The clerk's smile widened slightly, though his lips did not part. "You've already checked in. Your stay concludes tonight. Departure is at 12. The clock on the wall ticked once, loud as thunder. 11:59. Dana broke then. She screamed and bolted for the door, dragging Jules with her. They slammed into it, but it didn't budge. I swear I'd seen it open moments before, but now the wood felt like stone, immovable. Riley pounded against it, his fists echoing through the lobby. The clerk simply stood, smiling, hands folded neatly. The clock ticked again. 11:59 and 30 seconds. The chandelier above us swayed, though no wind moved it. The lights in the lobby flickered. From upstairs, doors opened one by one with sharp cracks. The stairs groaned as unseen steps descended. I heard whispers, dozens, maybe hundreds, voices blending into one. Room 213, room 217, room 209, room 213. Our names rose within them, spoken with precision, with hunger. The clock struck 12. The lights went out. In that darkness, I felt hands, cold, many of them, grip my arms, my shoulders, dragging me back. Dana's screams pierced the air, then cut off abruptly as if swallowed. Jules shouted something incoherent before his voice vanished. Riley roared defiance, a sound torn from the core of him, before it too ended in silence. I struggled, clawed, but the grip was unyielding. My last glimpse, as the darkness thickened, was of the ledger on the counter, pages turning themselves, ink spilling faster than any hand could write. I woke in a bed. The mattress was soft, the sheets crisp, though my body felt heavy, pinned. The room smelled faintly of lavender. A lamp glowed beside me, casting warm light on patterned wallpaper. The number painted on the door, 213. My room, my assignment. I tried to rise, but my limbs barely moved. In the mirror across the wall, I saw myself lying there. But the reflection was wrong. My chest didn't rise with breath. My eyes in the mirror stared back, unblinking. From the hall outside, I heard footsteps. The creak of floorboards, voices murmuring. A hotel alive with guests. I forced myself up, staggering to the door, but it wouldn't open. My fingers clawed at the knob, useless. Through the wood, I heard Riley's voice faintly in the room beside mine, shouting. Dana sobbing. Jules muttering. Even Marcus, though his voice was flat, resigned. We were all here, each in our numbered places. I don't know how long I lay there, trapped between sleep and waking. The lamp never dimmed. The air never changed. Time didn't pass. But eventually, the door opened on its own. The clerk stood there, smiling the same thin smile. Your stay has concluded, he said. Departure. I wanted to scream, but no sound left my throat. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the hallway. Other doors opened in sequence, 2123, 217, 219. My friends stepped out, each pale, each silent, moving stiffly as though pulled by strings. I joined them, unable to resist. We walked in a line, past the counter where the ledger waited. The clerk dipped his pen, marked something down, and closed the book gently. He led us to the lobby doors. They swung open easily now, spilling us into darkness not of the woods, not of the world we had known. Beyond the threshold stretched only endless black, faint whispers calling. One by one, my friends stepped forward and vanished. When it was my turn, I looked back once. The clerk still stood behind the counter, ledger in hand, already opening to a fresh page. Waiting for new names. I stepped into the dark. And now I write this, though I cannot tell you how. My hand moves, but I do not feel it. My words appear, but I do not breathe them. Perhaps this is the ledger's ink spilling through me, demanding I continue its record. If you read this, if you ever see the Ashwood Inn, do not enter. Do not cross its porch, do not touch its book. For once your name is written, your stay is already arranged. And when the clock strikes 12, departure is inevitable. My name is Jonas Harker, and I must begin with an explanation that weighs heavily upon my mind. For clarity matters when a tale seems too impossible to be real. I am a man who has never been prone to delusions, nor do I exaggerate the events of my life to seek attention. I was raised to speak plainly, to let facts stand where they fall. What I am about to describe happened as I witnessed it, and though even I wish to dismiss it as some trick of light, some error of perception, I cannot. The evidence was carved in stone, cold and immovable beneath my hands. The incident began when my friends and I set out on a late autumn camping trip in the hills of western Virginia, not far from the Blue Ridge. We were 5 in number: myself, Daniel Pike, who was my closest friend since boyhood, his younger sister Rebecca, our mutual friend Thomas Greer, and a woman I did not know well then, but would come to fear more than the rest, Claire Rowan. The idea had been Daniel's, a kind of farewell gathering before the weather turned. A chance to camp one last time, in the clearing we had discovered earlier that summer. The clearing lay close to an abandoned churchyard, the sort of place half swallowed by the forest, where crooked stones leaned into brambles and tree, roots clutched at broken slabs. I had walked by it in daylight, but until that night I had never stepped inside. My companions, too, treated it as a curiosity, something to point out as we passed on the trail, but nothing more. We were not, by nature, graveyard explorers. We had our tents, our fire, and our whiskey. That was usually enough. I should admit, however, that I have always been drawn to the forgotten edges of things. Empty houses, rusting barns, fences that lead nowhere. A graveyard so untended that the ground itself seemed to have devoured its dead was, to me, a place of fascination. When Daniel mentioned, while tending the fire, that he dared someone to enter after dark, I surprised even myself by rising without hesitation. The others laughed, and though Rebecca scolded me for being foolish, the look in her eyes betrayed a kind of eager dread, as though she too wanted someone to cross the threshold so she could hear the story afterward. I took the lantern, for though the moon was bright, the trees threw down shadows thick as curtains. The air was colder within the cemetery. It had rained 2 days prior, and the earth beneath my boots was soft, smelling of moss and wet stone. My breath made pale clouds that floated and vanished among the crooked slabs. The gate hung from a single hinge, and when I nudged it open, the sound was like a groan drawn from the earth itself. The lantern revealed rows upon rows of tombstones, some upright, many tilted, their inscriptions nearly erased by time. The place could not have seen visitors in decades. Ivy trailed like veins over cracked marble. Names blurred into nothing, dates rubbed out by storms. Yet in that forgotten hush, I felt as though eyes followed me. I told myself it was only the mood of the place, the silence after the laughter of my companions, the stillness that magnifies the smallest sound into a presence. I stepped deeper, lifting the lantern high, brushing away clinging weeds to read what I could of the stones. Most were indecipherable. I might have turned back then, satisfied with my small courage, had I not brushed the ivy from one stone in particular. The inscription was clear, though the stone was no newer than the rest. The name did not matter, for I did not recognize it, but the date carved beneath did. The birth date matched mine, day, month, and year exactly. I blinked and read again, tracing the grooves with my fingertips. There was no mistake. My birthday, etched in stone above a date of death that was yet to come. A chill, sharper than the cold air, struck through me. I tried to laugh, to dismiss it as coincidence. Perhaps the mason had cut the number wrong. Perhaps my eyes, weary with firelight and whiskey, played tricks. Yet when I turned the lantern to the stone beside it, I found another inscription, and the date of birth matched Daniel's. The one beside that bore Rebecca's. I did not move further along the row. My hand trembled as the lantern's flame guttered in the wind. I did not need to see more. Already I felt the world tilting, the line between chance and fate snapping, like a thread stretched too far. I wanted to call out to summon Daniel, to demand whether this was some cruel jest he had arranged. But the thought froze in my throat, for there was no possibility that he, or anyone, could have placed those stones. They were old, their surfaces weathered, their lettering deep and ancient. I turned, meaning to leave at once, but the path back to the gate seemed to stretch longer than before. The lantern light revealed nothing but stones upon stones, each one carved with dates that echoed the lives of those I loved. Thomas's birthday, Claire's, Rebecca's again. I stumbled past them, the air growing heavy, as though the mist itself pressed against my skin. When I finally emerged, my friends cheered and clapped, thinking I had braved nothing worse than shadows. I said nothing of what I had seen. My voice would not form the words. I set the lantern down by the fire and drank deeply of the whiskey, hoping to burn away the memory. But the taste only grew bitter. It was Rebecca who noticed first, though not in the way I feared. She leaned toward me and whispered that I looked pale. I told her I was fine, just cold, and she wrapped her blanket around her shoulders and pressed closer to the fire. The others laughed and told stories. Daniel strummed a tune on his old guitar. For a time, the world was normal again. Yet in the back of my mind, those stones stood, and the dates carved into them whispered like a prophecy. I told myself not to think of it. But as the fire dwindled and the stars wheeled above, I could not shake the feeling that we had been written into that place long before we were born. Near midnight, the wind rose. The fire hissed and spat. Claire suggested we tell ghost stories, the kind meant to scare children at sleepovers. Daniel obliged with a tale about a hunter who vanished into a hollow tree, never to emerge. Thomas followed with a story of a woman whose face was seen in the water of every well. They laughed and teased one another, but I sat in silence. When my turn came, I said only this: "The graveyard's not empty." They laughed again, though with less certainty. Rebecca looked at me strangely, as if she half believed. I did not elaborate. To speak more would have been to bind the truth into words, to give it shape and power. Already I feared it had too much. That night, as I lay in my tent, I dreamed of the stones. I walked among them again, but this time there was no lantern. The moon hung low, casting silver light upon every name. I saw my own stone more clearly than before. The letters sharp and new, the date of my death not blurred but precise. I woke with a start, my breath caught in my throat. The fire was ashes. The forest was silent. Outside, the tombstones waited, each bearing a truth none of us wished to face. And that was only the first night. When dawn broke, the frost had hardened the earth, and the tents glistened with beads of ice that caught the thin light. I had not slept more than an hour, waking often to listen for footsteps outside. There had been none. The graveyard lay still, yet its silence pressed on me, heavier than any sound could have. My companions stirred slowly, cursing the cold, stretching their limbs. Daniel brewed coffee over the small fire we rekindled, and the smell was rich. But it could not cut the taste of dread that had lodged in the back of my throat. I tried to act as though nothing were wrong, but Rebecca noticed. She always noticed. She asked if my bad dreams had kept me up. I muttered something vague about the wind and let the conversation drop. I could not bear to tell her about the stone that bore her own birthday the way her name had been carved as though time itself had marked her. She would laugh, or worse, she would believe me. Neither was bearable. After we ate, Thomas suggested exploring the church, ruins a short walk from camp. The place had once served the graveyard, though now only its stone foundations and a few splintered beams remained. Moss grew thick where pews had once stood. Rebecca was reluctant, but the others were eager, and so we went. The forest was hushed in that early hour, the air still damp from melted frost. The church sat like a scar on the land, stone blackened by weather, doorways sagging. I lingered behind, uneasy, but the others went in freely, laughing as if it were nothing more than another stop on an adventure. Claire ran her fingers along the wall, tracing the grooves of some forgotten carving. Daniel's boots echoed sharply as he crossed the cracked floor. It was Rebecca who found the book, half buried beneath fallen timber. It was a leather-bound ledger, swollen with damp, its spine warped. She dragged it free, dust billowing from its cover. The binding was rotted, but the pages within were intact enough to read. At first, it appeared to be nothing more than a register of names. Each page held lines carefully inscribed in neat, looping script. Names, dates of birth, and dates of death. Many matched the stones outside, as though the book had served as a record for the graveyard itself. Thomas found this amusing, remarking that we had stumbled upon nothing more sinister than a caretaker's log. He was wrong. I leaned closer, compelled despite myself. The ink was dark, too dark to be so old. It seemed fresh, as though written the night before. My eyes skimmed the latest entries, and my chest went cold. There were 5 names listed, the ink glistening as if it had not yet dried. My name came first. Daniel's, Rebecca's, Thomas's, Claire's. All were there, each followed by our dates of birth. But where the column of death should have been blank, numbers had been filled in. Each date was not the same, but close, clustered within the week to come. I pulled the book from Rebecca's hands and slammed it shut. She gasped, startled by the violence of the act. I muttered that it was a cruel joke, that someone had defiled the ledger. But no one had been here for decades. The dust on the floor was unbroken save for our own footprints. Daniel laughed at me, though uneasily. "You're letting last night get to your head," he said. "It's just coincidence, like the stones. We'll be gone before the week is out." Forget it, but I could not forget. Even as the others wandered the ruins, I stood frozen, clutching that ledger, the weight of it immense in my hands. When at last I set it back down, it seemed to pulse with meaning, as though the very air around it thickened. Claire, of all of us, looked at me with something sharper than fear. Curiosity. She smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps it's not coincidence. Perhaps the land remembers who treads upon it." I wished then that we had never come. We left the church soon after, but the mood was soured. Conversation faltered. Even Daniel, who never yielded to unease, was quieter than usual. By the time we reached camp, the sun had risen high, and yet the light felt weak, filtered as if through glass. Shadows seemed to stretch too far, and every tree stood like a sentinel. That evening, the others drank more heavily than the night before, as if to drive away the unease. I abstained. My head was too clouded already. They sang songs, their voices trembling into the dark, but I heard little of it. My gaze kept straying toward the graveyard, its crooked stones visible through the thinning trees. It felt as though they leaned closer than the night before. When sleep came, it was not restful. I dreamed of standing once again at my own tombstone, but this time the date of death had arrived. I knelt in the dream and touched the carved number, and the stone gave way beneath my hand, splitting open to reveal the earth beneath. From that dark soil, pale hands reached up, grasping my wrist, pulling. I woke with a cry, the canvas of my tent shivering from the wind. Morning brought no comfort. Thomas was missing. At first we thought he had risen early, perhaps gone for water or a walk. We called his name, searched the clearing, followed the trail for some distance. But there were no footprints beyond our camp, no sign of him at all. His tent stood unzipped, his pack half-packed, as though he had been interrupted. Rebecca grew pale. Daniel cursed and shouted into the trees. Claire only watched, silent, her eyes sharp as though she had expected this. We searched until noon, circling wider and wider, but the forest gave no answers. At last, exhausted, we returned to camp. It was then that I saw it, the ledger lying by the fire. Though we had left it in the church, its cover was closed, but when I opened it, I found Thomas's name, crossed out with a single black line. His date of death had been filled in that morning's date. Rebecca screamed. Daniel struck the book from my hands and declared it madness, insisting we must leave at once. But the roads were miles away, and the sun already sinking. To flee blindly through those woods in the dark would have been worse than to remain. So we stayed, unwillingly, each of us consumed by a silence we could not break. That night the fire burned high, but its light felt weak. Every shadow beyond it swayed, as if something moved among the trees circling us. Rebecca clutched my arm and whispered that she had heard her own name spoken from the graveyard. Claire sat opposite, smiling faintly at the fire, as if she listened to some secret only she could hear. Daniel kept his rifle across his lap, though his hands shook. I could not close my eyes, for when I did, I saw only stones, endless rows of them, each bearing our names. And then, at the edge of sleep, I heard footsteps. Not the wandering shuffle of a deer, not the crack of branches from falling limbs, but measured, deliberate steps, 5 in rhythm, then 4, then 3, each echoing until I could not tell whether they came from the earth or from within my chest. When I opened my eyes, the fire had burned low. Across from me, the space where Thomas had once sat lay empty, but the ground bore the impression of someone seated there. I could no longer tell if we were 5 or 4 or something less than that. By morning, the forest was wrong. I cannot explain how I knew, but the light that fell through the branches was pale and distorted, as if the sun itself had thinned. The trees leaned subtly inward, their limbs knitting overhead until the trail we had once followed seemed strangled. Daniel insisted we pack our things and leave. He spoke with the determination of a man clinging to reason, yet even he could not hide the tremor in his voice. Rebecca wept softly as she rolled her blanket, though she tried to conceal it. Claire, on the other hand, stood apart. Her face turned toward the graveyard, as though she were listening. The expression she wore unsettled me more than anything. The faint smile of one who has heard a truth she cannot unhear. We set out quickly, carrying only what we could. The trail twisted, doubling back in ways that made no sense. By noon, we should have reached the road. Instead, we found ourselves once more at the edge of the graveyard. The crooked gate hung ajar, creaking faintly though the air was still. Daniel cursed aloud and stamped the earth. We're lost. Somehow we've looped. But I knew better. We were not lost, we had been led. Rebecca clutched my arm, trembling. "Jonas," she whispered, "my name is louder now. They're calling it. They want me." I could not answer. For in truth, I too had begun to hear my name, low and drawn out, spoken from beneath the earth. Claire approached the gate and ran her fingers along the rusted iron. "It is only a place of rest," she said softly. "We should not fight it. Perhaps we were meant to see." Daniel seized her arm and dragged her back, his temper flaring. "Stop with your riddles!" "We're getting out." But there was no out. The woods had closed. We made camp reluctantly, too wary to push further. No one spoke much. Rebecca would not eat. Daniel sharpened his knife with restless fury. I sat with my back to a tree, staring into the gloom, listening for footsteps that sometimes came and sometimes did not. When night fell, I dreamed again. In the dream, I stood in the graveyard. But this time the stones were whole and new, their lettering sharp. A procession walked among them, each figure cloaked and faceless, carrying lanterns that shed no light. They paused before my stone, and one reached out with a hand of bone to carve the date of my death. The sound of the chisel on stone split the silence, and I awoke to find my hand bleeding where my nails had dug into my palm. The fire had burned low. Across from me, Rebecca's place was empty. I shouted her name, rousing Daniel and Claire. We tore through the trees, calling, searching. But the night was thick and unyielding. At last we found her at the edge of the graveyard, standing before a stone that bore her name. She did not turn as we approached. She simply reached out to touch the carved letters. The moment her fingers brushed the stone, she collapsed. Daniel caught her, shaking her, crying her name. But her body was limp, her face pale as wax. She was gone. We carried her back to camp in silence. Daniel's grief was a raw wound, his voice breaking as he cursed the place, the stones, the ledger, the forest itself. He swore we would leave at first light, no matter what path barred us. Claire only murmured that Rebecca had found peace, and I nearly struck her for it. I did not sleep at all. I sat by the fire, watching its last embers glow, my mind unraveling. I thought of the ledger, of the neat script, of the dates written with certainty. 2 names had already been fulfilled. 3 remained. At dawn, Daniel and I buried Rebecca as best we could. The earth was hard, but we managed enough to cover her. He marked the spot with stones, though the act felt hollow. When we stood, I noticed Claire watching us, her eyes bright, her lips curved in that faint, knowing smile. "Do you not see?" she whispered. "It is not death. It is return. The ground calls back what was always its own." Daniel snapped then. He lunged at her, his hands at her throat. I pulled him off, shouting, though some part of me wished I had let him finish. Claire only laughed, a soft, terrible sound. We set off again, though the woods had no path. Each direction led us back toward the graveyard. Hunger gnawed at us, thirst burned our throats, yet still we walked. The sun did not move. The air grew heavy, each breath like drinking stone. By the 3rd day, Daniel faltered. He sank to his knees, clutching his chest. His breath came ragged, shallow. I tried to lift him, but his body was heavy, his skin clammy. Claire stood over him, watching. "His stone awaits," she said calmly. "He need only lie down." I begged her to help me, but she did not move. Daniel's eyes rolled back, and with a final shudder, he was still. I screamed then, a sound torn from my soul. I cursed the forest, the stones, the book, myself forever setting foot here. But nothing changed. Only silence answered. We left his body where it fell. I could not bring myself to bury another. Now only Claire and I remained. She walked ahead, humming under her breath, her steps light as if unburdened. I followed in a haze, my mind fraying. Every thought bent toward survival, yet knowing survival was not ours to claim. That night, we sat by a dwindling fire. Claire leaned close and whispered, "Do you not wonder why the stones bore our names? Why the book knew us? It is because we were always meant to come. You feel it, do you not? The ground remembers us." I turned away, unwilling to hear more. But when I opened my eyes again, she was gone. Her place empty, her pack abandoned. I rose, heart pounding, and staggered to the graveyard. There she was, standing serenely before her own stone, her hands folded as though in prayer. She lay down upon the earth, and as I watched, the soil shifted, opening to take her. She sank without struggle, the ground swallowing her as though she had never been. I fled. I ran blindly through the forest, branches tearing my skin, roots grasping at my feet. I ran until my lungs burned, until I collapsed against a tree, trembling and broken. When I looked up, the graveyard stood before me once more. The stones gleamed in the pale light, rows upon rows, waiting. The ledger lay upon the gate, its cover open. My name was the last remaining, the ink black and fresh. The date of death was tonight. I do not know how long I sat there staring at it. Time had no meaning. At last I rose, numb, and walked among the stones. Each bore my friends' names, each complete now. Only mine was unfinished, waiting. I found it at the farthest edge of the yard, beneath a leaning oak. My name carved deep, my birth date precise, the death date awaiting my breath to cease. I sank to my knees before it, the weight of inevitability pressing down. I tell myself I still live as I write these words, but even that I cannot be sure of. Perhaps I am already beneath the soil, my body claimed, my voice nothing but an echo. Perhaps these words are only the scratching of a ghost. If you find this account, if you ever walk in those woods and see the crooked gate, turn back. Do not enter. Do not raid the stones. Do not touch the book. For the graveyard remembers, and once it knows your name, it will not let you go. My name is Celeste Dorn. I was raised with kind of temperament that drew me toward quiet places, toward towns that had long since been abandoned by progress, toward landscapes where silence could press down heavier than a storm. My profession is less important than my curiosity, but suffice it to say, I have always collected remnants, photographs of fading paint, journals filled with impressions of broken towns, notes about places people forgot, but which, curiously, never seemed to let go of being alive. It is this inclination that led me into the heart of an old mountain settlement that, according to most records, had died a slow death more than 60 years ago. The town was called Hemlock Ridge. I had come across its name in a county archive, written as though it were an afterthought, a place that no longer warranted full paragraphs. Just a line here and there in census reductions and old mayoral documents. The coordinates were not difficult to find, though no modern map bothered to mark them. What caught me was a small note in a margin, a scrawl in faded ink. Town Hall condemned 1958. Windows never boarded. It seemed insignificant at first. But when I drove the long winding road that led into the hollow, the detail returned to me like an itch. By the time my tires rolled onto the cracked pavement of what must once have been Hemlock Ridge's main street, dusk was stretching itself across the peaks. Empty storefronts stood in rows like open mouths, their signs too weathered to be read. The town hall was impossible to miss, a brick building taller than the rest, its clock tower still clawing at the sky, though the hands had frozen. The wooden doors at the base were chained and padlocked, rusted in place, and yet the glass panes above them were polished, clean as though someone tended them. That was when I saw it. A figure in the mayor's window. The window was set on the second floor, draped in pale curtains that swayed despite the stillness of the evening. A hand lifted. No. It looked like an entire figure leaning forward, waving slowly. The motion was not casual, not the easy greeting of someone spotting a traveler. It was deliberate, steady, as though I were expected. My own hand lifted instinctively, though hesitation curled in my gut. I blinked. In that blink, the curtains fell flat, and the window pane reflected only the dying light. I could not leave it at that. My instincts, as ill-advised as they might be, urged me closer. I tried the doors, but the lock held. I pressed my palm against the wood. Cold radiated outward, as though the building itself resented my touch. Yet the moment I stepped back, I swore the curtains trembled again, brushing against glass as if some unseen presence had only just retreated deeper into the room. I circled the building. Every entrance was sealed. Every basement hatch rusted tight. But the sense of occupancy clung like humidity. It was not the dead weight of an abandoned place. It was the restless stirrings of something watching, unwilling to step forward, unwilling to let me walk away unacknowledged. I camped that night on the edge of town, near the old square. My tent was set between two leaning lamp posts, and though I tried to sleep, the image of the waving figure stayed behind my eyes. Every gust of wind rattling, branches sounded like movement against curtains. Every distant creak of wood felt like the floorboards of the hall shifting beneath unseen steps. When finally sleep took me, it was shallow and filled with dreams of being summoned upward into a room I could not enter. Morning brought a thin mist that settled in the streets. I brewed weak coffee on my small camping stove and forced myself to take notes, as though academic discipline could tether me against the unease. My writing hand, however, shook when I glanced up and saw the curtains of the town hall swaying, not in response to wind, but with the slow, repeated cadence of someone pacing behind them. It became imperative that I find entry. The town itself offered little in the way of distraction. Storefronts contained nothing but collapsed shelves. The church at the far end of the road had its doors open, but the pews were so thoroughly rotted that stepping inside would have risked the floor collapsing beneath me. The only building that resisted decay was the hall, and the only movement in all of Hemlock Ridge was contained within its second-story window. I returned to the chained doors and pressed my ear against the crack. From inside, faint as a sigh, came the rustle of fabric, curtains shifting again, and then 3 slow knocks, not against the doors themselves, but from deeper within, as though someone tapped their knuckles across the walls in deliberate rhythm. I forced myself away, circling to the rear of the building. Behind it, tangled vines climbed toward a balcony that looked less broken than it should have been. The railing still stood strong, the French doors intact though cloudy with grime. Against reason, I began climbing the vines, their roots gripping brick, as though eager to assist. Halfway up, a breeze rose, and I glanced toward the window I had seen the figure in. The curtain pulled aside just enough for me to glimpse pale light. No body, no hand, only a presence like breath-fogging glass. I reached the balcony and tested the doors. Locked, but one pane was fractured, and with the edge of my sleeve wrapped tight, I eased the shards away until the latch inside could be nudged. The door gave way with a groan, releasing air so cold it stung my face. The interior smelled of paper long undisturbed, of dust thick enough to weigh down lungs. The hall was built in grand style. Arched ceilings, portraits of mayors long gone, their eyes dulled by grime. The floor, however, was immaculate, as though swept nightly. My boots left prints in a thin layer of chalky dust, but every other inch gleamed faintly beneath filtered light. I climbed a staircase with banisters polished by unseen hands. At the landing, I turned right toward the room that corresponded with the window, where I had seen the figure. The mayor's office. Its door was shut. The handle was cold enough to numb my skin when I touched it. I pushed. The curtains inside shifted at once, brushing outward as though greeting me. The desk was intact, its leather chair drawn back, but the rest of the room was bare. No ledgers, no pens, no lamps. Only the sensation that someone had been waiting and now slipped just beyond sight. I stood in the center of the office and spoke aloud, my voice catching in the hush. I saw you. The air thickened. The curtains swayed harder though the window remained sealed. From somewhere in the walls came that same pattern of 3 knocks. Slow, deliberate, resonant enough to travel through the wood beneath my boots. I should have fled. Any rational instinct told me to retreat. Yet I remained, compelled not by bravery but by the terrible magnetism of unfinished encounters. Whoever, or whatever, waved had not done so in malice. It had beckoned, and I had answered. The sound came again, closer this time. Knock, knock. The curtains bulged outward, as though pressed by invisible hands. I backed toward the desk. That was when I noticed the ledger. It had not been there moments before. Resting atop the polished wood, its cover cracked but its pages unyellowed, lay a record book. The mayor's ledger. The title embossed faintly across its spine confirmed it. My breath hitched. I lifted the cover. Inside, lines of names filled the pages, written in fresh black ink. The entries marched steadily down, each marked with dates corresponding to the town's active years. Yet as I flipped further, the dates did not stop. They extended beyond the abandonment, into decades where Hemlock Ridge no longer functioned. The most recent page bore names from the past month, and at the very bottom, beneath a faintly quivering line where the ink had not yet dried, was mine. Celeste Dorn. The date matched the morning I had arrived. My fingers trembled against the paper. I slammed the book shut, but the sound echoed far louder than it should have, ricocheting off the walls like a gavel. The curtains heaved, releasing a gust of air that rattled my bones. And then the knocks came all at once, from the desk, from the floorboards, from the walls themselves, as though the entire building had decided to acknowledge me. I stumbled backward toward the door. The knob resisted as if welded in place. Behind me, the ledger flipped open again, pages turning on their own, faster, until the rustle filled the office like wings. The curtains rose, fully outward now, though the window remained shut. For the briefest instant, in the reflection of glass, I saw the figure again. Indistinct, featureless, yet waving with that same deliberate motion. Not greeting. Not warning, summoning. My heart pounded so violently that my vision swam. Somehow, the knob turned under my frantic grip, and I burst back into the hall. The door slammed behind me, but the echo chased me down the stairs, out onto the balcony, into the open air. I did not pause until my boots scraped the pavement of the square again. The hall loomed above, windows blank, curtains still. But the memory of the ledger, my name written as though destiny itself had recorded it, pulsed behind my eyes. I could not leave. Not yet. The building had acknowledged me, and I had to understand why. Even as night approached again, even as instinct screamed at me to drive away, I rolled out my sleeping bag, closer to the steps of the hall. The air around it hummed faintly, A vibration felt more in bone than ear. I told myself I would only stay until dawn, that I would leave with the first light. But I already knew I was caught. The second night was not silent. At first, it was only the rustle of curtains, I imagined, or the ordinary shifting of wood cooling under moonlight. But as midnight approached, the noises grew sharper, deliberate, impossible to mistake for wind. A creak of footsteps across the upper floorboards. A groan of the staircase. Then, just before the clock towers rusted, bell would have tolled the hour if it still lived. The sound of a ledger snapping shut echoed through the night. I sat upright in my sleeping bag, every nerve drawn taut. The hall's windows reflected nothing but the pale smear of stars, and yet I knew I was being observed. It was a gaze without eyes, a presence that leaned from behind curtains. I forced myself to breathe evenly, to act as though I were not caught in its awareness. But my heart betrayed me, hammering so hard, I thought it might summon the thing down to meet me. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up on sleep. My lantern hissed faintly as I lit it, and I opened my notebook. The page swallowed my words unevenly because my hand trembled too much to steady it. "The hall is occupied," I wrote. "Not by the living, not in any conventional sense. Whoever waved knows me. The ledger knows me. If I leave now, will it matter? Will the name hold me even if I drive away?" The question wrote itself heavy on the page. I wanted to believe that leaving would sever the thread, that the thing inside was bound to its walls and its window, unable to chase. But part of me knew better. A name written is not easily erased. When dawn bled pale gray across the town, I packed nothing. My bag remained by the square. My stove, my provisions, all left untouched. My body carried me back to the hall, as though any other choice had been stripped away. The chains on the front doors no longer seemed so unyielding. They hung slack, rusted links rattling faintly as though freshly disturbed. I pressed the handles, and for the first time, the doors creaked inward. The interior breathed a cold so sudden that frost edged the threshold. I stepped inside. The lobby had transformed. Where before it had been bare, now rows of wooden chairs lined the walls, polished and upright, each angled as if awaiting occupants. Dust no longer lay on the floor. Instead, faint footprints, too many to count, tracked paths back and forth, circling in endless loops until they vanished into the stairs. My own prints joined them without permission, my boots striking the boards like ritual drums. I moved toward the staircase. The knock returned. 1 beat. Pause. 2 beats. Another pause. Then 3 slower, resonating deep in the wood. The same pattern as before, but now drawn closer, as though the building had learned I would not flee so easily. Upstairs, the hall stretched longer than it had the previous day. The corridor extended into shadows that refused to yield even under lantern light. Doors lined the walls, all shut, all silent, except one. The mayor's office. Its door now stood ajar. The curtains beyond fluttered though the air was still. I inched closer, my lantern shivering against my grip. Inside, the desk waited as though no time had passed. The ledger remained open, but it was no longer on the desk. It sat in the center of the floor, its pages spread wide, ink glistening as though newly written. I bent low. Names bled across the paper in uneven script, some sprawling, some scratched. The dates continued forward, extending into years not yet reached. Among them, my name appeared again, this time written not once but several times. Each repetition slid into the next, as though the ink itself insisted on preserving me in multiplicity. Beside one entry, however, a note in smaller handwriting curled down the margin. Remain until called. The temperature plummeted. My breath clouded the air in thick plumes. I snapped the ledger shut and nearly dropped it when the curtains burst outward, stretching so far, I thought the rods would snap. The sound of knocking thundered not only through the walls but through my skull, reverberating inside bone. Something moved at the far corner of the office. Not footsteps, more like a shift in the density of air, a slow condensing of shadow into suggestion. A figure leaned forward. No features, only the impression of form, as if it were wearing the outline of a person, but not the substance. It lifted a hand and waved, exactly as it had in the window. I should have run, but instead I froze, transfixed by the inevitability of it. The hand dropped. The figure pointed downward, to the floor beneath me. The boards groaned. The knock came again, but now I understood it was not against walls. It rose from beneath, from the basement I had not yet found a way to enter. 3 deliberate raps, insistent, commanding. I stumbled from the office, lantern swinging wild against the corridor's darkness. My boots hammered the stairs. The lobby was alive with noise. Chairs scraping as if dragged by unseen hands. Echoes of footsteps pacing in circles. I forced myself past them, to the rear of the hall where a narrow door had once seemed fused shut. Now it hung ajar, revealing a stairwell plunging into black. The air rising from below carried with it the smell of damp earth and something older, a metallic tang like blood long dried. My lantern flickered as though reluctant. Still, I descended. The steps were stone, slick with moss. At the base, the hallway opened into a chamber I would not have believed fit beneath the hall. Its ceiling arched higher than logic allowed, brick curving into shadow. Torches guttered in iron sconces, though no one tended them. And at the chamber's center stood a table. Not a table of wood, but of stone, carved as though from the foundation itself. Upon it rested not one ledger, but many. Stacks of them. Covers cracked, spines snapped, pages fluttering though no breeze stirred. Each bore the same title ledger of Hemlock Ridge. I approached in spite of myself. The ledgers whispered as I drew near, their pages twitching like living creatures. I reached toward the nearest one and recoiled when the cover yawned open on its own. Names spilled across the page. My eyes darted down the list. I recognized them. People who had vanished in the mountains over decades. Hikers whose disappearances I had read in obscure news clippings. A ranger who had gone missing in the 70s, her case never closed. Even children, swallowed whole by the town's legend. Each name inscribed in the same steady ink. Each dated precise, undeniable. My pulse hammered in my ears. At the very bottom of the page, fresh and wet, was mine. Again, this time accompanied by a second word waiting. The chamber exhaled. The torches flared higher, shadows lashing across the walls. From the stone table's opposite side, the figure emerged. The same outline, the same wavering suggestion of humanity, but now larger, more defined. It leaned across the table and gestured toward the ledgers. Then its hand curled, beckoning. The sound of chairs scraping above shook the ceiling dust free. Footsteps thundered in the hall above. The knocking resumed, now a frenzy, not in threes but in dozens, as if every wall of the town pounded to the same rhythm. I clutched my lantern tighter and spoke befought, my voice raw. "What do you want from me?" The figure stilled. The knocking ceased. In the silence that followed, a single page flipped in the ledger before me. On it, written in that endless ink, words formed, Not a name this time. A sentence, stay until the curtain falls. The air grew so heavy my lungs strained to pull it in. My knees buckled. The figure reached, hand stretching across the stone as if to steady me, or claim me. I stumbled backward, my lantern clattering against the floor. Darkness surged. The ledgers rustled louder, their pages flapping like wings preparing for flight. I bolted toward the stairwell, scraping my shoulder against stone, climbing 2 steps at a time. The noises chased me upward, the whisper of ink, the shuffle of chairs, the booming of footsteps that were not mine. I burst into the lobby, gasping, and slammed the door shut behind me. Silence fell. The hall was empty. The chairs aligned again. The dust lay unbroken. For one moment, I almost believed I had imagined it. But when I looked at my hands, ink stained my fingertips, black and shining, as though I had written in the ledgers myself. I staggered outside. The square was drowned in mist, thicker than dawn should allow. Across the fog, shadows moved. Figures with no features, waving in unison from every window of every building. The town was awake, and I realized then the truth. Hemlock Ridge had never been abandoned. It had only been waiting for me to notice. Mist rolled so thick it swallowed the edges of buildings, blurring Hemlock Ridge into a smear of outlines and wavering shadows. I stood frozen in the square, every muscle braced as if against a storm, though no wind stirred. The figures in the windows, if they could be called figures, lifted their arms in perfect unison. 100 pale hands waved with that same slow, deliberate cadence I had first seen in the mayor's window. It was not greeting. It was an invitation. I backed away, but the mist shifted with me, curling into the shape of corridors, funneling me toward the town hall's looming bulk. Every step I tried to turn into retreated, facing the same brick tower. The clock hands still frozen in place, though I swore I heard their faint ticking now, like a heartbeat muffled in iron. Panic clawed at my chest. I broke into a run, darting toward the street that had carried me in, but the mist folded back on itself, disorienting me. The cracked pavement stretched longer than it had before, no end in sight, lined by windows full of waving arms. When I looked over my shoulder, the town hall still rose directly behind me, as though it had followed. I bent over, catching breath that came ragged, and my notebook slipped from my pack. It fell open against the street. My writing from the night before had changed. The ink shimmered with fresh blackness, and beneath my own words, "The hall is occupied, not by the living." A new line scrawled in a hand not mine, and now, so are you. I tore the page free and crumpled it, as if destroying the evidence would break the spell. But the voices began then, rising from the mist. Not shouts, not whispers, something in between, a steady murmur in dozens of tones, weaving together until they formed a rhythm. Words I did not understand at first, then slowly, as if translating themselves in my head. Remain until called. Stay until curtain falls. The phrase repeated, layered in voices too numerous to count. My pulse pounded in my temples. I tried to shout back, "I will not stay!" But the words vanished in the fog, muffled as though spoken into cloth. Something touched my shoulder. I spun. Nothing. Only air colder than ice, clinging like a hand that had just withdrawn. The figures in the windows dropped their arms in unison. Then, one by one, they vanished behind the curtains. The town stilled. The square was empty. I felt no relief, only dread, as though the silence was worse than their presence. The door of the hall creaked open. No hand had turned it. Lantern light spilled faintly from within, flickering across the stone steps. I knew I should run, though there was nowhere left to run to. My body moved forward, compelled, my boots crunching against grit as though answering some summons etched deeper than thought. Inside, the lobby had changed again. The chairs were filled. Not with people, not entirely. Shadows occupied them, each form upright. Heads bowed as though attending a trial. Their outlines bled faintly into the air, lacking faces but radiating attention. The sound of pages turning filled the space, and when I followed it, I saw the ledger resting on the front desk. Its pages turned without hands, ink writing itself across the lines. I forced myself closer. My lantern trembled, casting a nervous halo that did nothing to disperse the shadows. The ledger slowed, one page folding open and staying still. My name scrawled across it once more, followed by a date that had not yet arrived. Tomorrow. The shadows in the chairs lifted their heads together. Empty ovals where faces should have been turned toward me. A chorus of voices, the same that had spoken in the mist, rose again, perfectly synchronized. Stay until curtain falls. The curtains along the lobby windows swayed outward, though the air remained heavy and still. I stumbled back, my breath faltering, and my shoulder struck one of the shadow occupants. It collapsed instantly into ash, scattering across the floor like burned paper. The others hissed in response, their outlines rippling. The stairwell door to the basement creaked open on its own. The sound of knocking rose again from below, faster now, impatient, echoing up through the building. I did not want to descend. I had already seen what waited beneath the endless ledgers, the figure gesturing across stone. But the shadows rose from their chairs, their featureless heads pivoting toward me, and I realized I had no choice. To stay in the lobby was to be buried under their attention. I ran down the steps. The chamber welcomed me with fire. The torches blazed brighter than before, their flames stretching tall and pale. The stone table in the center was no longer bare. The ledgers had arranged themselves into neat stacks, their covers open, pages fanned as if awaiting a verdict. And behind the table stood the figure. Clearer now, its shape firming, though its face remained absent. It raised both hands. Silence fell. Even the knocking ceased. Then it gestured toward the table, toward a ledger that rested open directly before me. My lantern dimmed as though struggling for breath. I edged closer, dread crushing my chest. The page was blank. The ink waited, shimmering faintly against the whiteness, poised to inscribe whatever I allowed. My name lingered at the top, but the line beneath stood empty. The figure extended a hand across the stone, its arm long and pale as moonlight, pointing toward the blank line. It wanted me to write. I clutched my notebook against my chest as though it were a shield. I whispered, though my voice cracked. I don't belong here. The torches flared. The stone chamber shuddered. The knocking erupted again. Not from the hall above, but from the very walls encasing me, hammering like 100 fists. The shadows in the ledgers stirred, shapes of names twisting, trying to crawl out of the ink. My hand betrayed me, fingers numb with cold. Uncoupled from the notebook and reached for the quill that appeared on the table, as if conjured from the stone. I seized it before I realized, and the weight of it pulled me forward. The figure loomed, motionless, waiting. The first stroke of ink hit the page, not of my own words. The quill moved as though guided by another hand, my fingers nothing but a vessel. Words formed, precise and deliberate. Celeste Dorn remains. The moment the sentence finished, the air shattered. The torches screamed upward in blinding light. The ledgers burst open all at once, pages flipping so violently the sound drowned out thought. The figure stepped back, dissolving into the brilliance. My body fell to the floor, racked with the sensation of my bones vibrating out of sync with themselves. And then, silence again. When I dared open my eyes, the chamber was empty. The ledgers gone, the torches extinguished. I was alone in stone silence, the quill broken in half beside me. I staggered up the stairs, expecting to find the lobby as I had left it, filled with shadows. But when I reached it, the hall was barren. Dust lay heavy. The chairs were toppled and broken. The curtains hung still, moth-eaten and gray. Outside, the square lay under daylight. The mist had lifted. The buildings looked as they had when I first arrived, empty shells, lifeless. No figures in windows, no waving hands. Relief hit me like a wave too strong, knocking me nearly to my knees. I stumbled to my camp, gathered my scattered belongings, and half fell into my car. The engine caught, thank God, and I tore down the cracked road without daring to glance back at the clock tower. Miles passed before my pulse slowed. The forest swallowed the town behind me. The highway welcomed me like a reprieve. Only when the road stretched familiar and the sun climbed fully overhead did I begin to believe I had escaped. I pulled into a gas station far outside the range of Hemlock Ridge. My hands shook as I filled the tank. I wanted to laugh, to tell myself it had been nothing but exhaustion, a hallucination spun from fear. But when I returned to the driver's seat, my notebook lay open on the passenger side. I had not opened it. A fresh line filled the page beneath my last note. Ink still glistened, wet and absolute. Celeste Dorn remains, and under it, another, written as though to clarify, as though there were no mistake possible. Even when she leaves. I shut the book, but it does not matter. I feel it in my bones, in the hollow of my chest, in the silence between heartbeats. Hemlock Ridge has not abandoned me. The curtains have not yet fallen. And until they do, I will always belong to the hall. My name is Fletcher Rise, and I have always been drawn to places where silence seems too heavy, where abandoned towns rest in the cracks of maps and whisper their histories only to those who linger long enough. I did not come to this forgotten place alone. There were 3 of us in all. My closest friend Mason, his younger sister Clara, and myself. We had been traveling through the mountains for days, following fading Forest Service roads and trails that had long since slipped from public record. The plan had been simple: to document and photograph remnants of ghost towns that dotted the valleys, remnants of mining camps and railway stops that the modern world had forgotten. It was meant to be adventure, nothing more. But as I recount this, I recognize that adventure has a cruel way of changing shape, and curiosity is often the first match struck before the fire grows out of control. We came into the valley just before dusk. The sun had dropped behind the ridges, and the sky still held streaks of purple, faint as bruises against the horizon. The town revealed itself piece by piece as the trees thinned. Skeletal outlines of houses with collapsed roofs, a church with a crooked steeple, and a wide dirt road running down the middle like a spine. None of us spoke at first. There is something about encountering an abandoned town that commands silence, as though speaking too loudly might wake something that had been lying in wait. Mason was the first to break it, pointing to the road where something faintly glimmered. At first, I thought it was nothing more than reflection, a broken window catching the last of the light. But as we moved closer, I saw it clearly, a lantern, standing upright in the dirt, as if someone had placed it there deliberately. The glass panes were intact, and the flame inside burned steady, not flickering like something cheap or staged, but alive with heat. Clara whispered that it must be some kind of prank, maybe left by other explorers, but the words did not convince even her. Mason knelt beside it, shielding his hand against the glow, and when he touched the metal handle, the flame did not go out. It burned brighter, as though recognizing him. We had no business picking it up. We knew this, all three of us. Every instinct in my body screamed to leave it there, to respect what we had stumbled into. But Mason, who had always been the bolder of us, lifted it anyway. The moment the lantern left the dirt, another one sparked to life farther down the road. The light flared like a star being born, sudden and undeniable, standing in the dust 30 or 40 yards ahead. Mason laughed, but it sounded forced. Clara asked him to put it back. He did not. We followed. That was our mistake, though at the time it felt like the only logical step. Who leaves a trail of burning lanterns in an abandoned town? Who tended them? Who placed them? Questions multiplied faster than answers, and curiosity pushed us forward, as though we had been hooked by something unseen. The lantern in Mason's hand grew warmer the farther we walked, casting a golden halo around us. When we reached the next glowing shape, Clara hesitated, but Mason picked it up without pause. The same thing happened again. Another lantern, farther ahead, bloomed into fire. It was a path, one that pulled us deeper into the town's skeleton. Each lantern we took, another lit, always farther ahead, always leading forward. I began to count them, perhaps as a way to tether myself to reason. 1, 2, 3 by the 7th. My nerves were unraveling. The air had grown colder, though the lanterns were warm, and the buildings on either side leaned closer, as though eavesdropping. Their empty windows reminded me of watching eyes. I thought I heard whispers, faint as wind, but the air was still. Clara clutched my arm, and I could feel her trembling. We passed the church. Its wooden doors were shut, though they sagged with rot, and one of the lanterns burned directly before them like an offering. Mason stooped, picked it up, and grinned at us, his teeth shining too sharp in the glow. He did not seem to notice how the flame reflected in his eyes longer than it should have, as though something inside him enjoyed the fire more than it ought to. Clara begged him again to stop, but he shook his head. "If someone left these," he said, "they left them for a reason. Maybe it's just to guide us." But the way he said guide did not sound reassuring. It sounded like an invitation he already intended to accept. The trail curved, pulling us off the main road into a narrow lane where the houses leaned so close they nearly kissed above our heads. Their roofs were broken, shingles scattered in the dust, and yet I could swear I saw curtains sway in one window, as though someone had just stepped away. We followed the lanterns anyway. Every time Mason lifted one, the next flared alive just before we reached it. It was as if something unseen anticipated our steps, rewarding them, urging us deeper. I lost track of time. Whether minutes passed or hours, I cannot say. The sky above had blackened, and the only light came from those impossible flames. When Clara faltered, I tried to suggest turning back. We had gathered enough photographs, enough strangeness to satisfy any tale. But when I turned, my stomach clenched. Behind us, where the street stretched back toward the valley mouth, there were no lanterns. Nothing but darkness swallowing the road. The ones we had taken did not remain. They had vanished. Or perhaps they had never been there once lifted. I could not prove it, but the certainty tightened around my throat like rope. The only way now was forward. Clara realized it too because she stopped arguing. Her hand clutched mine tighter, nails digging crescent moons into my skin. Mason either did not notice or did not care. He led, always led, his steps confident in the glow. At last, the lanterns guided us into a square at the heart of town. The remnants of a fountain stood in the center, its stone basin cracked and dry. Around its rim, more lanterns waited. Dozens of them, arranged in a perfect circle, all burning. Their flames did not smoke, and their heat pressed against us, as though we had stepped into a furnace. Mason laughed again, louder this time, and his voice echoed too long, bouncing around the square, even after his mouth closed. He strode forward, setting the lantern he carried into the circle with the rest. As soon as he did, the flames leapt higher, and Clara whimpered. I cannot blame her. I wanted to do the same. That was when I noticed the figures. Not people, not exactly, but impressions. Shadows standing between the lanterns, their forms hinted at by the flames. Tall, thin, featureless, yet unmistakably human in posture. They ringed the fountain as if waiting. Mason did not see them, or he refused to acknowledge them. He only kept smiling, staring into the blaze as though entranced. Clara buried her face against my shoulder, whispering for us to leave. But my feet rooted to the ground. The shadows did not move. They only stood there, silent, patient, watching. My heart pounded hard enough to shake my ribs. I do not remember deciding to run, yet suddenly I was pulling Clara back, forcing her toward the edge of the square. The lanterns burned brighter as we retreated, their light pulsing like a heartbeat. Mason's voice cut through, sharp and angry. Where are you going? Don't you see? They're showing us something. His silhouette stood against the circle of fire, and for a moment it looked too tall, too stretched, as though the shadows had claimed him already. I shouted his name, but he did not follow. He stepped closer to the fountain instead. The air cracked like ice breaking on a lake. Every lantern's flame surged skyward at once, a column of fire so bright it blinded me. Clara screamed, covering her face, and I dragged her through the dust, stumbling into the street. For one moment I thought we might escape, that the lanterns had made their point and would let us go. But when I turned back, Mason was gone. Not collapsed, not burning, simply gone. As though he had stepped behind a curtain I could not see. The flames shrank, settling back to their calm glow. The figures had vanished too. The fountain stood alone, ringed by fire, and the night pressed heavy around us. I shouted until my throat tore, calling Mason's name into the empty streets. No answer. Only the lanterns, steady as stars, marking a path not out, but deeper still. We did not sleep that night. We clutched the single lantern I had grabbed in panic, its light our only defense, and waited for dawn to find us. But when the first gray stretched across the sky, the lantern still burned as strong as it had at dusk. And in the distance, faint and unwavering, another one had lit ahead, waiting for us to follow. The lantern we carried never dimmed, not once. I tested it more than once through the endless hours of that night, shielding it from wind, shaking it, even setting it down in the dirt to see if its glow would weaken. It burned on, steady and merciless, illuminating the ruined town around us. Clara and I did not speak much. Our voices felt like they would attract something we could not see, and silence seemed safer. Each time I glanced down the road, the new lantern glimmered faintly in the distance, just far enough to demand we walk toward it, just close enough to remind us that we had not yet been released. We waited until the first smudge of daylight reached across the peaks. But morning did not bring comfort. The sun rose, yes, and the sky lightened to a washed-out gray. Yet the lanterns still burned as bright as before, flames that ignored natural law. Mason's absence hung heavy between us. Every few minutes Clara would stop walking, turn in a circle, and whisper his name like a prayer. I envied her hope, but I could not share it. I had seen the way he vanished. People do not simply step out of existence unless something intends it. We followed the trail because we had no choice. Behind us lay only dark. And though daylight revealed outlines of the road we had come by, the lanterns gave no sign of life there. The ones we had lifted no longer marked our path backward. The valley itself seemed smaller, the mountains crowding in, the forest pressing close against the houses. I tried not to look at the windows, but sometimes I couldn't help it. Shadows shifted there, not like tricks of light, but like figures moving just out of sight. Once, I swore I saw Mason's face in the warped glass of an upstairs window, blank, pale, watching. But when I blinked, it was gone. I said nothing to Clara. The trail led us past buildings I had not noticed before. A general store leaned sideways on a broken foundation. Its front porch collapsed. Beside it, a small schoolhouse sat with its door ajar, the blackness inside deeper than it should have been in daylight. One lantern burned at the foot of its steps. Clara reached for my arm before I could step closer. Her nails dug into my sleeve. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't touch it." But we both knew that if we left it there, the next one would not light. We were being herded, and resistance only tightened the snare. So I picked it up. My fingers burned even though the handle should have been cool. I pretended not to feel it. The next lantern sparked to life at the edge of the schoolyard. Its glow revealed a swing set of rusted chains and rotten wood, swaying back and forth without wind. Clara's breath caught, and she clung tighter to me. The squeal of the chains grew louder as we passed, until it echoed in my skull like screaming. I forced my eyes forward, refusing to acknowledge whatever wanted us to watch. When we reached the next lantern, the swings stilled. The silence that followed was worse. Hours passed like this, an unbroken procession of fire drawing us deeper through streets I had never seen marked on any map. Hunger gnawed at me, thirst clawed my throat, but the lantern pressed us forward without pause. Clara stumbled more than once. Once, she fell to her knees, sobbing into her hands, whispering Mason's name over and over. I crouched beside her, trying to speak comfort. But what words can console someone when the world has bent itself against reason? I told her we would find him. I lied, because hope was the only thing I had to give. By midday, we reached the outskirts of town. Or so I thought. The buildings thinned. The road widened, and trees pushed closer. For a brief moment, I believed we might step back into wilderness, leave behind the impossible lights. But the lanterns curved, guiding us not out, but sideways into a stretch of forest that seemed wrong in its stillness. The air carried no bird song, no insect hum. Every leaf seemed frozen in place. And yet, as we followed, lanterns bloomed ahead one by one, strung like fireflies through the trunks. the forest swallowed us. The canopy overhead blocked the sun, leaving only dim light filtered through moss and branches. The lanterns burned stronger here, almost defiant, as though the dark pressed against them on all sides. The deeper we went, the narrower the trail became, until it was little more than deer path. My sense of direction twisted. I could not tell if we were heading north or south, climbing or descending. Clara asked once how far we had gone. I could not answer. At last, the trees opened onto a clearing. In the center stood another structure, a cabin, though its proportions felt wrong. The roof sagged too low, the windows stretched too tall, and the doorway yawned wider than it should have. Lanterns ringed the clearing in a perfect circle, their flames steady as ever. And there, in front of the cabin door, stood a single lantern brighter than all the rest. Its glow was white, not gold, sharp enough to sting my eyes. Clara stopped dead. "We can't go in there," she said. Her voice shook but carried conviction. "This is where it ends, Fletcher. This is what they want." She refused to step forward, and for a moment I almost agreed. Every instinct in my body warned me that the cabin was no safe place, that once we crossed its threshold, there would be no turning back. But then the lantern in my hand flared, hot enough to sear my palm. I yelped and nearly dropped it. Clara stared at it wide-eyed. "It's forcing us." I had no answer. My hand blistered, but I held on, because I was certain that letting go would mean something worse. The cabin door stood open just enough to reveal darkness inside. Not ordinary shadow, but something thicker, like tar, waiting. Clara refused to move until I begged her, until I reminded her that Mason might be inside. The words hurt me even as I spoke them, but they broke her paralysis. Together we stepped into the clearing. The moment we did, the ring of lanterns brightened in unison, as if pleased. The cabin smelled of rot and damp wood. The floor creaked under our weight, and dust rose in clouds with every step. Inside, the light from our lantern illuminated walls, scratched with marks, lines, tallies, hundreds of them, carved deep as though by desperate hands. Names were etched there too, dozens upon dozens, some faded nearly invisible, others fresh enough that splinters still curled from the wood. I ran my fingers over one Mason Ruz. My throat closed. He had been here. He had left his name, but how? He had not had time, unless time worked differently here. Clara traced another name, her lips trembling. "Fletcher," she whispered. I looked. She was right. My name, carved sharp into the wall, as though I had already been here, or as though someone knew I would be. My stomach lurched. I staggered back, clutching the lantern like a shield. "It's not us," I said, though the letters matched my handwriting exactly. The cabin stretched deeper than it should have, hallways branching into shadow. Lanterns lined those halls, smaller flames, leading farther inside. The one in my hand pulsed with heat, tugging me toward them. Clara shook her head violently. "No more," she said. "We have to leave. Right now." Her fear was raw, her voice breaking. But even as she spoke, a sound drifted from the farthest hall. A voice. Mason's voice, faint, calling our names. Clara bolted toward it before I could stop her. I shouted, my voice cracking against the cabin walls. But she was already running, her lanternless hands reaching into the dark. I chased after her, the flame in my grip stretching shadows grotesque against the walls. The hallway twisted, turned, extended longer than the cabin should have allowed. Mason's voice grew louder, closer, though I knew it was wrong. It echoed too perfectly. without distance, as if the walls themselves repeated him. Still Clara ran, until at last she stopped before a door at the end of the hall. Light spilled from its cracks, white and blinding. She reached for the handle. I caught her wrist. "Wet," I begged. But the door handle turned under her grip without effort, and the door swung inward. The light consumed us. Inside was not a room but a void. Lanterns floated in endless black, suspended like stars. Each one burned with faces inside their glass. Faces of men and women, young and old, mouths open in silent screams. I stumbled back, my breath frozen. Clara's lanternless hands reached toward one closest to her. Where Mason's face stared out, his eyes wide, his lips moving though no sound came. She screamed his name and tried to grab it. But the lantern flared violently, and the light seared her skin. She fell to her knees, clutching her burned hands, sobbing. Mason's face flickered, then disappeared, swallowed by the fire. I could not move. My body locked, my mind a hurricane of terror. Around us, thousands of lanterns stretched into the void, each one holding a prisoner, each flame a soul. My own lantern burned hotter, and I looked down, horrified to see Clara's reflection forming within its glass, her features twisting in pain. She was being pulled, drawn into it. She cried out, and I dropped the lantern in panic. It struck the floor but did not break. Instead, its flame leapt higher, wrapping her shadow in its glow. She clung to me, screaming, as though being torn in two. I kicked the lantern across the void, desperate, and it rolled away, flames dimming. Clara collapsed against me, trembling, her body still whole. But her reflection remained inside, faint, trapped. I realized then the truth. The lanterns were prisons. Each one carried not just light, but the people who had touched them, bound forever. The void pulsed, as though aware of us, as though it hungered. The lanterns nearest began to swing on invisible chains, their faces writhing silently. Clara sobbed into my chest, begging to leave. I lifted her, half carrying her back toward the door. It still stood open, impossibly far, though I knew we had only taken a few steps inside. I ran, stumbling, every breath ragged. Behind us, flames roared, lanterns cracking. Voices beginning to bleed through. Whispering, screaming, calling my name. We crossed the threshold, just as the door slammed shut behind us. The cabin shook, dust raining from the ceiling. I collapsed against the wall, holding Clara, whose sobs rattled through my bones. The lantern I had dropped in the void sat in the hall before us. Its flame flickered, and within it I saw my own face staring back. The sight of my own face inside the lantern broke me in a way I cannot explain. It was not merely a reflection. Reflections mimic you. They echo your movement. This one did not. My face inside the glass stared at me unblinking, lips parted as though on the edge of speech. I staggered back, dragging Clara with me. She turned, saw it too, and screamed until her voice fractured. The lantern flared once more, then dimmed to a steady glow, my face. Inside it like an insect trapped in amber. We fled deeper into the cabin's twisted halls, desperate for any way out. The air grew thicker with every step, smelling of burnt metal and damp earth. The walls no longer bore names but symbols, circles intersecting lines, crude sketches of lanterns, faces carved without eyes. The corridor stretched impossibly, but we did not stop. Clara clutched my sleeve so hard the fabric tore. The sound of whispering followed us, louder now, not from behind but from every wall, every plank, every nail. Dozens of voices speaking at once, some low, some shrill. weaving together into a chorus that spoke no words I recognized, but that my body understood all the same. You are already ours. We stumbled into another room, larger than the last, ceiling lost in shadow. Lanterns dangled from ropes overhead, swaying in perfect unison, though no wind touched them. Their light fell upon long wooden tables lined with objects. Clocks without hands, broken compasses, journals with names scratched into their covers. Clara reached toward one before I yanked her hand back. "Don't touch anything," I hissed, though my own voice shook. She nodded, tears streaking her face. The lanterns above swayed harder, their ropes creaking, and I realized they weren't hanging from the ceiling at all. They hung from nothing, suspended in the air like puppets with invisible strings. In the far wall stood a doorway without a door, beyond it a stairwell leading down. The lantern I still carried pulsed in my hand, tugging me toward those stairs. Clara resisted, pulling against me, her eyes wild. "No more," she begged. "If we go down, we don't come back." I wanted to believe her, wanted to turn and find some other way. But every direction I looked, the walls pressed tighter, the whispers louder. The stairwell seemed the only path. I squeezed her hand. Just a little farther. I lied again because the truth was too heavy. We descended. The steps groaned underfoot, spiraling into darkness. The flame in our lantern was the only light, and even it seemed reluctant, its glow shrinking against the press of shadow. Halfway down, Clara stopped, gasping. "Do you hear that?" At first I heard only the usual whispering, but then beneath it, deeper, a sound like chains dragging against stone. It grew louder with each step until the walls vibrated with it. Clara shook her head violently, pleading to go back, but the stairwell had changed. Behind us, the steps vanished into endless dark. Forward was the only choice. The stairs delivered us into a cavern beneath the impossibly vast. Stalactites hung from above like teeth, and water dripped in a steady rhythm that echoed across unseen depths. And there, scattered across the cavern floor, stood hundreds of lanterns, each one burning with pale fire. Their light revealed figures moving between them, shadow thin, taller than men, faceless. They drifted like smoke, tending the lanterns, adjusting them, carrying them from place to place. None acknowledged us. None needed to. We were already caught in their net. In the center of the cavern stood a great iron structure, like a cage fused with an altar. Chains draped across it, and from within, light blazed so bright it painted the cavern walls with fire. I squinted through the glare and saw what filled it. A single lantern larger than the rest, taller than a man, its flame roaring like a furnace. Faces swirled within, dozens, hundreds, mouths screaming soundlessly. I recognized Mason among them. His eyes met mine for a heartbeat before the fire churned him away again. Clara collapsed to the ground, wailing, clutching her stomach as if something tore inside her. I dropped beside her, but before I could speak, she grabbed my shirt with both hands, her grip frantic. "Don't let them take me," she begged. "Please, Fletcher, don't let them take me." The shadows stirred then. Dozens of them turned, faceless heads tilting toward us. The whispering swelled, growing coherent, weaving into a command: "Join us. Burn with us. Light the way." The lantern in my hand erupted with heat, the glass warping, and I saw my trapped reflection straining, lips moving now, speaking the same command. Clara screamed and slapped at it, trying to knock it away. But I held on, torn between fear and some twisted compulsion that urged me to lift it higher. My arm shook violently, as though something else had taken control. I made a choice. I hurled the lantern against the cavern wall. It struck stone and shattered, flames bursting outward. For an instant the cavern erupted with light, the shadows recoiling like smoke before wind. The whispers turned to shrieks, echoing so violently my ears rang. The great lantern in the cage flickered, its flames guttering low. Mason's face reappeared, his mouth moving soundlessly, pleading or warning. I could not tell which. Clara clutched me, sobbing, "Run, please. We have to run." We stumbled through the chaos, lanterns exploding one by one around us, their flames sputtering as though freed. The shadows shrieked, writhing through the cavern, chasing us. I dragged Clara toward the far wall, where a narrow passage yawned. We squeezed through, stones scraping our shoulders, the sound of chains and screams chasing us deeper. The passage sloped upward, and hope stirred that maybe, just maybe, it led out. But hope is cruel. The passage delivered us back into the cabin above. I recognized the tallies on the walls, the names etched in wood. Only this time, the names glowed faintly, each one burning as though written in fire. My own name pulsed brightest, repeated over and over across every surface. Clara's name burned beside it, dozens of times, as though the cabin had already claimed us. She covered her eyes, weeping, muttering prayers that fell flat in the heavy air. The front door stood ahead, wide open, daylight spilling in. It felt wrong, too easy. Yet it was our only chance. We sprinted toward it, every board of the cabin groaning as if in protest. The shadows rose behind us, pouring up from the stairwell, their forms twisting through the hall. We reached the door, crossed the threshold, and the world changed. We were outside again, but not in the town we had first entered. The houses stood straighter, windows intact, the roads swept clean. Smoke rose from chimneys, and in the distance, figures moved between buildings. For one hopeful instant, I thought we had escaped into the past, returned to a living town. Then one of the figures turned. Its face was blank, smooth skin stretched where features should have been. Every figure was the same, faceless people moving in silence, their lanterns glowing in their hands. The entire town shimmered with their light, every house marked with a flame in the window. Clara clutched my arm so tightly her nails pierced skin. "We didn't escape," she whispered. "We just crossed over." The faceless figures began to converge on us, silent, their lanterns held high. The flames within each glass revealed faces, the same trapped souls we had seen in the void, screaming behind the glow. Mason's was among them, his silent mouth begging. Clara screamed his name again, but the figures only moved closer. Their light spread, washing across us, and the road beneath our feet dissolved into fire. I grabbed Clara and ran, weaving between them, ignoring the heat, ignoring the faces pressing against the glass. We barreled toward the edge of town, but the road twisted endlessly, looping back toward the square. Every turn led us back to the fountain where it had all begun. The lanterns ringed it once more, burning brighter than ever. The faceless figures gathered behind us, blocking every exit. The only path lay into the circle. Clara collapsed, shaking her head violently. "No more," she sobbed. "I won't go." I tried to pull her up, but she resisted, clawing at the dirt. Behind us the figures closed in, their blank faces inches from ours, their lanterns blazing. I had no choice. I lifted Clara into my arms, carried her into the circle. The flames roared skyward again, blinding. For an instant I felt weightless, as though lifted into the fire itself. Clara screamed into my chest, and then silence. Darkness, cold earth beneath me. I opened my eyes to find myself alone, lying on the valley road where we had first entered the town. No lanterns, no buildings, only ruins collapsing under the morning sun. The fountain was dry and broken, no fire burning. Clara was gone. Mason was gone. Only me, my clothes scorched, my hands blistered. I sat up, heart hammering, throat raw from screaming I did not remember. The town was empty, silent as stone. But when I stood, I saw it. In the dirt before me rested a single lantern, intact, flame burning steady. Inside its glass, Clara's face stared out, lips moving in endless silent pleading. And behind her, faint but visible, Mason's face too. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. The lantern pulsed once, bright, as though offering itself to me. I could not bring myself to touch it. I turned and fled the valley, leaving the lantern behind, though I knew it would not matter. Even as I ran, I could feel the weight of fire in my shadow, hear the faint creak of unseen chains. I knew then that the town had not released me. It never would. The lanterns had claimed Mason, claimed Clara, and marked me as their next flame. Whether I hold one in my hands or not, the fire follows. And at night, when I close my eyes, I see them. Faces burning in glass, whispering in unison. Lantern after lantern stretching ahead in the dark, each one lighting farther along the path, always leading me forward, always waiting. My name is Nora Wren, and I am 32 years old. I hold a modest position as an archivist for a small historical society in the Appalachian region of Virginia. I introduce myself in this way not out of vanity, but because details matter. I have always believed in accuracy, in the preservation of records, and in the responsibility that comes with holding the voice of the past in one's hands. Names, dates, places. These fragments become the bones of history, and I have made it my life's work to stitch them together, however quietly, into a body that can be understood. It was because of this devotion to preserving forgotten things that I found myself alone in the abandoned school on the hill. The locals called it Hallowell Elementary, though its true name had long since vanished from county records. The brick had faded to a shade of dull rust. The windows were either cracked or boarded, and the roof sagged in places where storms had battered it for decades. Children had once filled its halls, but it had been shuttered since the mid-1970s, when dwindling enrollment and structural issues closed its doors. Officially, that is. Unofficially, the townsfolk whispered about tragedies, about things that were never recorded in any public archive. I was not one to believe in ghost stories. I was a rational woman who dealt in documents and evidence. Yet I also carried a curiosity that was not so easily dismissed. That curiosity had carried me up the weed, choked steps with my reel-to-reel recorder slung over one shoulder. My intention had been simple: to record the silence of the building. It might sound peculiar, but sound, or the absence of it, can tell its own history. The creaks of settling wood, the hum of wind in broken glass, the whisper of leaves pushing against a doorway. All these noises, captured on tape, could become part of the archive I was building on Hallowell and the forgotten institutions of small mountain towns. I remember the air inside. It was stale, heavy, and smelled faintly of chalk and mildew. The foyer's tile floor was cracked, its surface marked with muddy footprints, left by trespassers who had wandered through over the years. Dust floated like faint smoke, catching in the slanting shafts of afternoon light. The silence was thick, like something tangible pressing against my ears. It was exactly what I wanted. I set the recorder down on the teacher's desk, in what had once been the main classroom. Its metal body gleamed dully in the fading sun, reels waiting like watchful eyes. I pressed record. The tape began to turn, spooling up the silence of the school. I walked slowly around the room while it ran, taking notes in my journal. Sailing water damage, rows of broken desks, alphabet mural peeling on wall, chalkboard green but smeared, no graffiti. I was clinical, detached. The way I always was when cataloging. I spent nearly 20 minutes moving through the classroom, into the hall, down to the gymnasium. My footsteps echoed faintly, but otherwise the building gave me nothing. It was, in every measurable sense, dead. When I returned to the desk, I stopped the tape. I wound it back with careful fingers and prepared to play it, mostly as a check on the machine. I expected nothing more than the ambient hush of a ruined building. I pressed play. The sound that poured out was not silence. At first it was faint, like distant static, but then it sharpened into something unmistakable. The shrill voices of children. They were screaming. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of them, shrieking in terror, voices overlapping and rising, filling the empty room around me, until I felt my own skin crawl. Some sounded close, as if right beside the microphone. Others were distant, echoing as though in a cavern. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. My mind told me it was impossible. The building was empty. The tape had been blank. I had heard nothing with my own ears while recording. Yet the voices continued, rising in pitch and intensity until the sound distorted. I slammed the stop button. The reel slowed and stilled. The room fell silent again, utterly empty, the dust drifting undisturbed. My breath came shallow, and I realized my hands were trembling. I told myself it was a malfunction. Old equipment could play tricks. Perhaps the tape had been used before, not fully erased. That explanation should have been enough. But something deep in my chest, an instinct I couldn't suppress, told me the recording was not an accident. Those screams had been raw, authentic, filled with terror that could not be faked. I rewound again, slower this time, staring at the machine as though it might confess to trickery. Then, against my better judgment, I pressed play once more. The screaming resumed instantly. I gritted my teeth against the rising panic in me, forcing myself to listen closer. Among the chaos of voices, I caught fragments. Pleas for help, children calling for parents. A girl's voice crying, "Don't lock us in." A boy shouted a name, repeated, lost beneath the din. The sound throbbed with horror, so vivid that the hair on my arms stood up. I shut it off again, shoving the recorder back into its case. I should have left then. A sensible woman would have left. But I was an archivist, and the urge to know, to understand, was stronger than fear. I packed my things quickly and carried them to my car outside, where the setting sun threw long shadows across the cracked parking lot. That night, back in my apartment, I replayed the tape in the safety of my study. I wanted to analyze it calmly, to see if what I had heard in the abandoned school had been influenced by nerves or imagination. The same screams erupted again, filling my little room with horror. I turned the volume down, but still I could hear them, children crying, doors slamming, something heavy dragging across a floor. Then, after nearly 3 minutes, the noise cut off abruptly. In its place, there came a single voice, a child's voice whispering directly into the microphone. It said my name, Nora. The sound was unmistakable. I stopped the tape. My mouth dry, my body locked in a paralysis of disbelief. There was no earthly way that recording could contain my name. I had not spoken it aloud while recording, and I had not given the machine to anyone else. I spent the rest of the night awake, staring at the recorder on my desk as if it might move. The whisper of my name replayed over and over in my head. By morning, I had convinced myself that I needed to test it again. Perhaps the tape was contaminated with some old recording. I could prove that by making a new one. So I took the machine back to Hallowell Elementary. This time, the sky was overcast, clouds heavy with the threat of rain. The building loomed against the gray backdrop, even more desolate in the shifting light. I told myself I was simply gathering data, repeating the experiment. That was what any researcher would do. But deep down, I think I already knew I was not dealing with anything natural. Inside, the air was colder, as though the building held a chill all its own. I set the recorder down in the gymnasium, a wide room that smelled of mildew and dust. Basketball hoops hung askew from their mounts, and the floor was warped from water damage. I pressed record, then forced myself to wait. I sat on a toppled bench and tried to remain calm while the machine captured the silence. 10 minutes passed. 15. At 20, I stopped it. I rewound the tape, heart pounding. My hands shook so badly I could barely press play. Once more, the screaming began. But this time it was louder, clearer. The voices were so sharp I could almost pick out words in the midst of terror. And threaded through the chaos, I heard my name again. Not whispered this time, but shouted, a desperate cry rising above the others. Nora. The sound was so vivid I staggered back from the desk, nearly tripping over the bench. My whole body was trembling. I ripped the tape from the machine, spooling it into its case with frantic fingers. I couldn't stand to hear another second. I fled the school without looking back, locking the recorder in my trunk and driving straight home, through the rain that had finally broken. But even as I drove, I could swear I heard faint voices beneath the hum of my tires on the wet road, as though the screams had burrowed into the tape, into me. That night I locked the recorder in my closet and tried to sleep, but the sound of children's voices echoed in my dreams, overlapping, rising, falling, a chorus of fear that would not leave me. And when I woke in the darkness, I thought I heard it again, just beyond my bedroom door. I did not open the closet for 3 days. The recorder sat inside, shut away beneath a stack of winter coats, as though fabric could muffle what was etched into the tape. But it didn't matter. Even with the door closed, I heard it. Faint, persistent. A rustling that seemed like static, then the suggestion of voices. My neighbors didn't mention anything, so I assumed only I could hear it. At night, lying in the darkness, I pressed my hands over my ears until they hurt, but the sounds always found a way in. Children calling, crying, pleading, as though they were not trapped on tape, but moving freely through the rooms of my apartment. I stopped eating. My colleagues at the Historical Society sent polite emails asking if I was unwell, if I needed more time to finish my reports. I told them I was fine. I lied. In reality, I was sitting at home in front of the recorder, staring at it as if waiting for it to twitch. On the 4th night, just after midnight, I dreamed of the school. I walked the halls again, but they were not empty this time. Shadows darted past doorways, small figures with blurred faces. I heard the squeak of shoes on tile, the hollow slam of lockers. Then the screaming began, and I saw the classroom doors swing shut one by one, trapping the shadows inside. I tried to pull them open, but the handles burned my hands as if red. From behind the locked doors, the children screamed for help. I woke soaked in sweat, heart racing. And from the closet, muffled but clear, came the sound of knocking. 3 sharp raps, as if something inside wanted out. I stared at the closet for a long time. Every instinct told me not to open it. But fear has a strange way of twisting into compulsion. I rose from bed, walked barefoot across the carpet, and slowly pulled the door open. The coat sagged forward. The knocking stopped. The recorder sat exactly where I had left it, silent, ordinary. But the reel had turned on its own. The tape hung loose, several inches unspooled, as though something had been trying to force its way across. Against my better judgment, I set the machine on the floor and rewound. My hands moved like they were not my own. When I pressed play, the apartment filled with noise at once. Not only the children screaming, but the echo of heavy boots, a whistle blowing, a man's voice barking orders. It sounded like chaos in a school evacuation, but there was no order in it, just terror. And then again my name. Not shouted this time, not whispered. It was spoken in the tone of recognition, as if someone in that crowd of long, dead children had spotted me across the room. Nora. I stopped the tape and shoved it away, but the damage was done. Sleep was impossible. I wandered my apartment in circles, lights blazing in every room, muttering to myself that it was contamination, a reused tape, a trick of the machine. But I didn't believe it. On the 5th morning, I packed my bag and returned to Hallowell Elementary. The building loomed like a patient predator waiting for me. Its bricks seemed darker, its windows emptier. When I unlocked the rusted side door and stepped inside, the air smelled stronger, a mixture of mold and something acrid, like smoke. I carried the recorder in both hands, clutching it tight. I don't know if I intended to confront it, or to return it, like a cursed object being given back to the place it belonged. The halls were darker than before. Clouds dimmed what little light came through the broken windows. My footsteps echoed on the cracked tile, and every sound seemed amplified. The rasp of my breath, the squeal of my shoes against the floor. I kept glancing behind me, half convinced I would see a figure at the end of the hall. I stopped outside the main classroom, the one where I had made the first recording. I set the machine on the teacher's desk, exactly as I had before, and pressed record. The reels turned. I waited. Minutes passed in silence, except for the faint groan of the building settling. I stared at the chalkboard, smeared green, and at the mural of peeling letters. My chest tightened as I realized some of the letters looked fresh. I blinked hard. Yes, new chalk, faint but visible, scrawled beneath the alphabet. Nora. I stumbled back. My pulse thundered in my ears. The tape clicked off by itself. The reel spun backward with a whirring shriek, rewinding without my touch. Then, without pause, it played. Screams burst out so loud I covered my ears. They were deafening, rattling in the hollow classroom. But this time they were joined by another sound, pounding. Dozens of fists hammering against desks, walls, doors. The room shook with it, the floor trembling beneath me. Dust fell from the ceiling. I could smell smoke stronger now, sharp and bitter. In the midst of the chaos, a child's voice rose clear. "Help us," the chalkboard screeched, as if invisible nails dragged across it. Words appeared in jagged lines, written by no hand, Leusot. I bolted. I left the recorder running on the desk, left it spewing screams and pleas. As I fled into the hallway, my legs carried me blindly through the dark corridors. My breath ragged. I burst out into the open air, into daylight. Outside, the silence was crushing. No screams, no pounding, just the hush of the wind through weeds. The door swung shut behind me, slamming with finality. I drove home shaking, my thoughts scattered, my stomach lurching. I tried to tell myself I would never go back, that the machine and the tape could rot there forever. But even as I swore it, I knew I was lying. The moment I left the recorder behind, the voices didn't stop. They came with me. That night, my apartment was alive with them. The cries seeped from the walls. The whispers trickled under the door. The pounding came faintly from the ceiling. I stuffed towels under the closet door, though the machine was no longer there. I lay awake with my pillow over my head, tears streaming down my face, whispering prayers I had not spoken since childhood. The next morning, I received an envelope. It had no return address. My name was written on the front in neat, childlike handwriting. Inside was a single scrap of lined notebook paper, yellowed with age. 4 words were scrawled in pencil: "Bring it back, Nora." My hands shook so badly I dropped the paper. How could anyone know? How could they have left it at my door without my hearing? I lived on the 3rd floor, with a heavy security door at the entrance to the building. I didn't eat that day. I barely moved. The note sat on my table like a commandment. By evening, I had convinced myself there was no choice. Whatever I had stirred in that school was not finished with me. I would have to go back. I returned the next morning, pale from sleeplessness, carrying nothing but my keys and flashlight. The sky was bright, but the building seemed to swallow the sunlight, casting long shadows. I pushed the door open and stepped into the dim corridor. The air was colder still. When I reached the main classroom, the recorder was gone. The desk was empty. Dust lay undisturbed across its surface. I stood frozen, my chest aching. I knew I had left it there. I remembered fleeing without it. But it was not there now. Instead, the chalkboard bore a new message, written in careful letters: Abis, afishar vici. The sound began before I could react. Soft at first, then louder, filling the room, unmistakable. It was me. My voice. I heard myself calling, screaming, begging. Every word I had whispered in terror over the past week. The recording had captured it all. My voice was now part of theirs, woven into the endless chorus of children crying in the dark. And then, above the din, my voice spoke words I had never said. Stay with us. The door slammed behind me. The door behind me closed with such force the windows rattled in their frames. I lunged back to grab the handle, but it would not turn. The metal was cold and slick beneath my palm, almost damp, as though something breathed through it. I pounded, my fists echoing down the hollow corridors, but the door didn't budge. The classroom was dim, the weak daylight struggling through the smeared windows. The chalkboard's words still glared at me in white scrawl: W-E, Shavi-E-R, Voi-Shi. My throat tightened. The voices from the recorder, or whatever had taken its place, rose higher, my own among them, pleading in tones I didn't remember ever making. I backed away from the desk, my flashlight trembling in my grip. The beam swept across rows of rotting desks and chairs, their surfaces scarred with years of etchings. But now I noticed something new. Fresh scratches carved into the wood, names and dates gouged as though by frantic hands. One desk bore Nora Wren, in crooked letters. I stumbled away, nearly tripping, heart hammering in my chest. My breath echoed in the silence between screams. The floor creaked. At first I thought it was me. But then I realized the sound came from the far corner of the classroom, where the shadows were thickest. I swung the flashlight toward it. For a second there was nothing, just peeling paint and a toppled chair. Then something shifted. A child. No, something shaped like a child. Small body, shoulders hunched, hair hanging in dark strands. Its face was wrong, blurred as if unseen through water, but the outline of its mouth was wide, far too wide. It opened that mouth, and the screaming poured out louder than ever, the voice of dozens of children, all bursting from one throat. I staggered back, crashing into a desk. My flashlight shook wildly, the beam cutting across the figure. As the light struck it, it dissolved. Not vanished entirely, but scattered like smoke reforming by the chalkboard. Its hand dragged across the surface, leaving fresh words. Stay WITHUS. I ran. I shoved past desks, out into the hallway, and sprinted toward the stairwell. My shoes slammed against the cracked tile, every footstep ricocheting down the corridor. Behind me, I heard them. Pattering footsteps, hundreds of them, like a swarm of children chasing me. Their voices overlapped in a chaotic chorus, some laughing, some sobbing, all calling my name. Nora. Nora. Stay. Stay. I barreled down the stairs 2 at a time, almost falling. At the bottom, the hall stretched out toward the gymnasium. The air smelled thicker here, acrid with smoke and something else, like charred wood. I remembered the whispers of the townsfolk, that Hallowell Elementary had closed not because of low enrollment, but because of a fire. Official records never confirmed it, but the smell in that hall told me otherwise. The gym doors yawned open, though I was sure they had been shut before. I had no choice. I ran inside. The gymnasium was darker than the rest of the building, as though the windows had been painted black. My flashlight beam caught on warped floorboards, dangling basketball nets, and the faint outline of bleachers. Then the sound returned. Not just screams this time, but the roar of flames. The air grew hotter, choking me with smoke that didn't exist moments before. My eyes watered, my throat burned, and then the bleachers erupted. Figures sat in every row, hundreds of children packed shoulder to shoulder, faces blurred, eyes hollow, mouths open in silent cries. They rocked back and forth in unison, their movements unnatural, as if strings pulled them. Then sound tore out of them in a single blast, the roar of children dying in fire. I stumbled backward, coughing, tears streaming down my face. My flashlight flickered. From the center of the gym floor, something rose. The recorder. It stood upright on its own, reels spinning wildly though no tape ran across them. The voices poured from it, louder and louder, until they drowned out everything else. My own voice rang through the din again. Stay with us. Nora. The children on the bleachers all turned their heads toward me in unison. Their mouths stretched wide, and then they screamed. The blast of sound shattered glass in the high windows. My flashlight flew from my hand, clattering across the warped floor. The gym seemed to shake, dust and plaster raining down from the rafters. My ears throbbed with pain. I fell to my knees, hands clamped over my head, sobbing, and then silence. When I lifted my head, the gym was empty. No children, no bleachers, just a vast, hollow room lit by dim daylight. The recorder sat silent at the center, still upright, reels still. I crawled toward it, shaking. Some desperate instinct told me that if I could destroy it, maybe it would end. My hands closed around its cold metal body. It felt heavier than it ever had before, as though filled with stone. I lifted it high, ready to smash it against the floor. Before I could, a voice spoke, clear, close, unmistakably behind me. "Don't." I froze. Slowly, I turned. A figure stood at the far end of the gym, tall, hunched, its face hidden in shadow. Not a child this time. An adult. Its voice was low, ragged, but carried a weight that made my blood run cold. "They belong to it," the figure said. "Now so do you." The recorder in my hands thrummed, vibrating, as though alive. My own voice hissed from its reels once more, whispering words I had not yet spoken but knew I would. "I won't leave." I dropped it. The machine clattered to the floor. The figure stepped closer. The smell of smoke thickened until I gagged. I stumbled back, searching blindly for the door, for any way out. The figure raised a hand. The gym doors slammed shut. Darkness swallowed the room. The last thing I remember is the feeling of countless hands gripping mine. Small hands, children's hands, pulling me down into the warped floor as the recorder whirred, capturing every ragged breath. When I woke, it was morning. I was lying in the middle of the parking lot, outside Hallowell Elementary, the sun glaring in my eyes. My clothes were damp with dew, my hair plastered to my face. My car was still there. The building loomed silent behind me. The recorder sat on the hood of my car. I didn't touch it. I drove away as fast as I could, leaving it there. But by the time I reached my apartment, it was waiting for me on my kitchen table. Now every night, it turns on by itself. I hear the children. I hear the fire. I hear my own voice, growing louder, stronger, until it drowns the rest out. The archive of Hallowell Elementary is complete. I am part of it now. And if you ever find yourself on that hill, in front of that school, do not step inside. Because once you hear your name on the tape, you will never stop hearing it.